is week 4 of the CCL. Welcome back here to CCL Game Day. And oh my goodness, Borg is here. It's like an every other week thing.
Yay!
It's like I'm a child of divorce and I'm seeing Dad every other week. It's great. It's amazing.
Well,
yeah, that's how it feels, but it's okay. It's great. Dad's here. I love it. Welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody's week went great. K-Bot, you're sounding a lot better today, bud.
yeah, maybe a little better than last week. That's positive trend, but still not 100%. So I don't know what the deal is, but hopefully it gets resolved soon. Hey, now some of my teams are out of season because Riot has a very cool league format that only has 5 weeks. So season's over for some of my teams. Guess what that means, folks? Well, actually, there's probably no correlation, but I was going to say that maybe it means I'll watch even more Collegiate of Mega Strike.
Potentially.
But maybe. Who knows? I did watch more this week.
Yes, you did. We saw you in the chat.
Maybe we should watch it together to keep each other accountable.
Yes.
And we could go on a little date, too. Maybe have a
I'd love a date. I'd love a date. Picnic, candlelit dinner.
You're inviting yourself?
I mean, I thought I was invited. It's okay if I'm not, though. It's fine. I mean, I don't know. You'll think about it? Okay, that's fine. Just.
I was planning on it, but after this outburst,
ship you off to mom if you're not good.
Give me a ring. Give me a ring. Give me a ring. Vaughn, how are you doing today? Nice bucket hat, by the way.
Thanks. You can buy it at the CCL shop, Dylan Surplus.
Yes, collegiateos.com.
Among other many delectable gear and cosmetic equipment that you could buy and show off at the upcoming LAN. Or at multiple LANs, the Collegiate LAN or Bestian Slot LAN. So, I'm doing well. I just watched a grillion hours of the Pick Your Poison tournament this past weekend, 3 days ago, and it was awesome. Yeah. So that's where I'm at.
That was a great tournament. Had a great time there. Shout out PPL. Congratulations to them for winning that one. Speaking of winning, Borg.
Hey.
Yes.
Never mind. I'll get to it later.
Okay, get to it later.
Flame them later.
Okay, flame them later. Borg. All you do is win no matter what, right?
Yeah, I'm actually on the come up right now. Last week I couldn't be here. I was busy playing volleyball, winning, by the way. We're up in playoffs right now. One more week. Actually, this happened 2 days ago. This next volleyball that's coming up 2 days before, so it already happened. I won everything. I won the championship.
Wow.
So
congratulations. A huge accomplishment here for Borg.
Big stuff.
Big stuff for Borg.
Actually, I had to sacrifice my hand for the win. So you do what you got to do.
Blue lock reference, I think? Maybe?
Noble. Yeah.
I don't know. No? Okay.
This is just my life.
This is just your life. And we're living in it, baby. We're living in it. 3Z, how are you doing today?
Pretty good. I saw a whale this morning, so that was pretty chill.
Ooh.
That's cool.
Yeah. I watched an exciting tournament of Omega Strikers. I am here to talk shop because a lot of stuff went down this week in the Collegiate Corestrike League.
Tons of stuff went on this week, and for me, I had a great week. My parents are in town. We've got a very fun week planned ahead. It's gonna be a lot of fun, and I might have a job. Who knows? We'll see. I mean, right now I've got I don't have an offer on the table, but they want me to do a different part in their company and re-interviews. So that's cool. Hey, we're looking up. We're looking up full-time position. Let's go. That was on my bingo card anyway. So awesome.
Are you the town crier?
Potentially. I mean, they wanted me to do like broadcast. I'm like, nah, you'd be great if you just like yelled news at people for like 10 minutes at a time.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
News would be a great
huge
thing
bell.
for you to do.
Hear ye, all that. I have to say hear ye. It's like it hasn't changed in like 400 years. It's crazy, right? Ain't that nuts?
Yeah.
I think town criers have been around for a little more than 400 years.
Yeah, they've been around for
probably.
a long time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with about 2,000 years.
2,000 years. Okay.
Yeah, that was like a thing in ancient Greece, right?
I think so.
Give or take 10,000.
Yeah. My timeline was off for a second. Yeah, I think they had. Yeah,
When
the Anunnaki landed.
Pre-show without learning a little new fact every time.
There we go.
Exactly.
Stay in school, kids.
Stay in school.
We found your job.
Amazing. We learn about the only animals that whose milk doesn't curdle, as well as town criers. So
That's right.
very
Who
educational.
knows what next week will bring?
You never know. You never know. Well, look, we this week is gonna bring a lot of fun and action in the CCL. But last week we had a ton of movers and shakers going on. First things first, Fairfield upset loss to UT Dallas. The Stags went down, and the Antlers are on my wall, baby. I'm the only one who picked UTD on this desk, and they got the job done. A 2-0 victory from UT Dallas. And here's my question. I had a great talk with Saya after week 3, and he brought up something very interesting that I want to get your guys' opinions on. Is it time to change the narrative? A lot of the narrative is sort of trapped in season 1. And do we change this narrative from season 1 to now? Is it time to change the narrative about the entire league itself?
What narrative?
Yeah, what's the
What is
narrative,
the
Dylan?
narrative?
So
What is the narrative?
Saya complimented Asianator about how he locked it down in the box. He did a great job. The narrative here is that a lot of folks are clutching on to the season 1 veterans of the league and not so much the newer talent that's coming into the league. So the narrative, it needs to change. We got to start a dialogue, you know?
I don't
That's
know
my
how much I
question.
buy at, right? Altair Poke also hadn't played in the CCL previous to this season.
Correct. He's
So,
a rookie.
sure, Blue Blazing has come back because he actually decided that he was going to grind this time.
Yes.
And found 2 players that also want to grind, that also happen to be challenger level players, and they looked like a challenger level team last week. I think the Stags have plenty of time to continue growing.
Yes.
I think, we keep saying that if they're continuing to improve at the pace they are actively improving at now, they'll be fine. So I don't what is so funny?
I don't know why these giggle boxes are giggling right now.
Why?
What
No,
can
I
I
agree.
say?
Something?
I
What did
agree.
we
I
say?
think they are a challenger level
Vaughn
team.
was laughing at
No,
me.
I agree.
Also
I was
because-
agreeing with you. They are
We
a
agree.
challenger
I don't
know
level
what they're
team.
saying.
Yes, correct. That's a great way to put
I
it.
agree.
K-Bot.
I could not have said it better.
Exactly.
You just keep going, bro.
All right.
Indubitably.
All
You
right.
do your thing, Kay.
Okay.
Hey, they played well. Hats off to them. I don't think this is like record shattering. It just looks like UTD actually has come to play this year. So that's good news for, I think, the whole league.
Absolutely. Vaughn, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on this match?
Yes. Well, I have a lot of thoughts, but I won't talk about them out loud because
No.
sometimes people get upset when I speak the truth on here.
Are we
So-
talking about equal
Oh.
equations, 0?
No, you said, what do you think about the
Well,
match? And we were talking
We're
about
talking
Blue
about the
Blazing's team.
UTD match,
Yes.
Dylan.
Yes.
Yeah,
No, I'm
yeah.
talking
What
about
do
how
you want me to talk about?
aired out like 3 players last week, and everybody got in their feelings in the chat.
Win, Ben. I don't know.
Play better?
Be better.
Fair.
Play better,
No,
win
yeah.
more.
Fair.
Oh, yeah.
Valid
I don't
point.
know. I thought we were talking about the UTD game.
Yes.
Hey, I mean, yeah, no comment, but just legit no comment. I was not happy with that
Certain
game.
individuals in that game.
Let's be clear
Yeah.
though, I wasn't not happy because UTD won. UTD played well.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They're looking like 3 challenger players rising to the occasion, and I'm excited to see what this UTD team, that's hard to say, does. I just, it's very refreshing to see a team that is not resting on already being pretty good. Like
Yes.
they're pretty actively practicing. So I'm very happy with that. So good job, UTD.
Great
What
job,
do you think,
UTD.
Borg?
Yeah,
Org thoughts,
Yeah.
opinions.
I'm
Yeah.
thinking.
Or did you watch the game?
No. I'm trying to pull up the screenshot, or not screenshot. Okay, yeah, I was gonna pull. I
I
was
can
gonna
tell you
talk
what
about.
happened if you want.
No, I know what happened. I saw the result. I just didn't like watch the.
But the
full
result
game.
doesn't really
Well,
tell you what happened, though.
Yeah, the result didn't really.
It does.
Okay,
Okay.
what? Okay, you can explain
Yeah.
it to me then.
So what happened was we were a little tilted, and we didn't play the best from our team captain, Drop Leto. I want to say, let's take a little accountability, right? Because this is a mistake I've made in CCL.
Like a
Letting
drop
my
in
own-
solo queue performance.
letting my
or
own
what?
letting my own emotions affect my team, right? You got to be a leader, right?
Yes.
You got 2 of these young bucks with you. You got
Literally.
to boss up, right? Even if life gets you down, make some lemons in CCL, right? Like find a way to make those lemons into lemonade. Like you gotta put your best foot forward. And I think that's important going forward. It's a valuable lesson to learn, not to let your mental, at least, affect. It can affect your
On some
gameplay, right?
adult
But if you're,
just try to leave it at the door, bro.
yeah, like
Leave it at the
That's all
door.
it needs to be.
let it hang.
Let it DV style.
Yeah. So, hey, we'll get it next week, Stags. I'll still believe in them, but it was disappointing to see them lose. Even Strages came in the chat. W Strages was like, "Man, I played like shit today." And I was like, "What? Like you played fine. Like no one's expecting you to like play like a pro league or like a national player. Like this guy's holding himself to such a high standard." And that's what I really enjoy about this Fairfield team is that they hold themselves to such a high standard, and that just means that they'll continue to improve. So I'm looking forward to their next matchup.
That's definitely something like you got to look at this team and you got to see how much they care and how much passion they have for it. Because like there have been teams in the past in the CCL that kind of just like play it like it's pugs, and this team wants to win. They want to prove themselves, which is amazing. And to 3Z's point, it kind of sucks that we had a little bit of tilt. Had a little bit of mental degradation there because the toughest team won, and credit to both teams, but the toughest team won in this one, and UTD just showed up.
That's how it goes in OS.
That's how it goes. That's how, exactly. So, you know, I don't know if this UT Dallas team can keep on going. There's potential. I don't know. We'll have to see. There's so many different factors here, but at the same time, it's not like a dead set yes. That a lot of other teams that we know of in the league that were like, yes, they can go on, they can win it. Versus this time, it's like, I don't know. They played very, very well this week. What about they played really, really well last week? What about this week? What about their upcoming challenge?
I don't think UTD looks shaky. I think UTD is a very solid roster. I also think the only thing that I would be worried about them is that they've been going so hard for the first couple weeks of the season that they're going to burn out by the time the playoffs come around in April. If I were them, keep it easy. When you get a week for spring break, keep yourselves warm, but take a break, you know, and watch out for that.
Talk about it a bit more later because they're playing against arguably the best team in the league this
Absolutely. Season. There's another upset watch up on the horizon. We will talk about that later. Let's move on, though. St. Clair gets a huge W over in-country rival U Alberta, 2-1. And, fellas, I have some news. There is a 99% chance that the St. Clair Saints will have Judgmental starting on the roster for Week 4. Can they do it against the surging CU Boulder Buffs? Don't answer that question. We'll get into that.
For the match later.
Yeah, we'll get there.
But Judgmental actually playing is a huge step up for them. The context here, for those of you that don't know, is that evidently St. Clair only lets you play for one game title. You're not allowed to play in multiple. Judgmental's had other commitments. So he is coming back to the Omega Strikers roster. I'm excited to watch him come back to the Omega Strikers roster and hold it down. We'll see how far the team can make it. I don't know if Judgmental getting in the box makes them immediately a top 4 contender, right? But I do think they can take some names with them in the box, so we'll see.
Vaughn, do you have any opinions on St. Clair?
I do. I think that this team with a player that's I would say has proven himself in other competitions to be at the very least a national level qualifying player, has performed well in every S tier I can think of that he's been in recent memory that he entered. It's one game away from qualifying from national estimate through Launchpad, and at the end of the day, my good friend Ahad says it's best. It's the most frustrating in solo queue, at least, when the worst player on your team is your goalie. Mm-hmm. So by proxy, it's pretty nice when it's your best player because you can make a lot of oopsies and they'll lock it down. And I've been seeing Judgmental in the queues a lot. A lot. More than I have in the past. So I think they're looking good for the rest of the season. I think that if he plays the whole time, they're a lock for playoffs. Arguably top 8 team. I'd have to really give it some thought, though. So my 2 cents on that one.
Mm-hmm. Borg, any thoughts?
I mean, knowers know my feelings on Judgmental. Love that guy. Good player, but I don't know. I think I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Judgmental in general has some issues when it comes down to clutch time, right? You know, has, like Vaughn said, come very close a lot of times to qualifying and has played very well, but when it matters, hasn't quite gotten there. So a little bit of worry there, but I think overall this is definitely an upgrade and will definitely skyrocket St. Clair in the future, but I'm not sure if it's going to matter in the end. We'll see though. Hey, I want Judgmental to prove me wrong.
Breezy.
I think that guy's a grinder. Like Vaughn said, he's been in the queue. I don't think the same can be said for the other two players on that team, which is interesting. Because this is a guy who hasn't been playing OS, but here he is being subbed in. Duty calls, right? I like to see this out of CCL players. You get in the queue. You get your butt in the queues. You grind the game until you're satisfied with how consistent you are, your habits, all of that kind of stuff. So I like the attitude from Judgmental there. So looking forward to watching St. Clair improve individually and as a team.
For me, I cannot wait to see the St. Clair team in action. They're going to just go crazy. And as Vaughn said, top 8 team. I am around your same opinion here, Vaughn. However, I do want to see more of this team. I want to see how they can mesh right now, because having basically a mid-season change can be a little detrimental to the team's mental, even if it's a positive one. There could be something that could go wrong. So you never know, of course. So I think overall, Judgmental jumping into this roster is a very, very positive change for St. Clair. I think they can make it work, and I think they can go into the playoffs with a very open conscience. But we'll see. We'll keep tabs on them as we move along. Finally, Lakeland is back 2-1 on the season. Can they make a push for the playoffs against Texas State this week?
Do I say the line or do I say the line?
You can say the line if you want.
I mean, I think as long as they keep a roster together, they'll have playoffs. As Vaughn was just saying, right, when your best player is your goalie, you get a lot of flexibility. And Soren, obviously, back in the goal box for this team is going to help them out a lot. Last week, Soren ended up picking up 172 saves in Game 1 versus Tulsa. So that's a sign of two things. One, Soren is holding it down. But also, two, the forwards are not exactly getting it done. So because the game goes on and on for a long while. So Soren probably needs to get more involved, I guess. I didn't get the chance to watch this game. I don't know if a VOD of it exists or not. But Soren needs to be involved on the front lines. That's what I'm going to tell most of these goalies. You're going to need to start carrying. Just like I told Zoro last week. And then today he picked Mako and lost on it. So sorry, not today. Pick your poison the other week.
3 days
we're
ago.
Live.
We're live. We're live, guys. I swear.
We're live.
We're live, I swear.
I mean, guys.
So, yeah. So anyway, I think, Soren obviously being on this team, Lakeland has potential here. I'm rooting for them, right? Wisconsin pride, raw, cows and cheese or something.
I love me some cheese.
But yeah, I mean, we'll see how far they can go.
Beautiful.
I don't think they're pulling off a UTD performance. I think UTD is going to have their number this season.
Yes, I think Lakeland is definitely on the rebuilding phase right now, and they need to keep on going up. As long as they can keep their third player in, that would be amazing. They had Witchings on last game, and that was really, really good for that roster. I just hope that they can keep on chugging. I think you keep on getting that third player in, playing games, and maximizing the roster that they have. Fellas, any other thoughts about Lakeland? Anything else?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out Chaos. Don't know how it's pronounced. I'm gonna go with Chaos for now. Strangely, hey, that guy's looking better, or gal, or whoever. Sorry, I know nothing about this player going into the season. They've now played multiple series, and I am slowly coming around to them. I think it's gonna take some time, especially because that team played with Min-Mouse for so long, and Loki, that guy was kind of the beating heart of that team. So it's kind of hard to step into that position because the team wants to figure out the dynamic, and then E.T. Han is used to playing with the same player for like 5,000 years, so it's kind of hard to like gel with that. But I wanted to shout him or her or they out. Keep it up. I'm watching.
Borg, I know you said that you were going to be waiting on the bias for now, or writing on the hate for now. Is that still in effect?
Look, I have a long history with Lakeland, right? Long history.
Very long history.
And just at this point, it feels like it just doesn't feel the same anymore. It doesn't feel, I don't get that sense of joy from hating on them anymore. I just feel a little bit bad now. And they are 2-1, they're doing a little bit better, but it still feels like, you know, like someone just got sick and they're recovering and I'm just like punching them in the face. And it doesn't feel good.
It's not a good look.
So I'm going to pause it for now. I think I do have some good news though for everyone who loves the when I just hate on one team for no reason.
That is not X4.
I do have some good news that will be revealed later. I actually have a substitute team for my hatred.
Oh.
A substitute team. It's coming in later. I'm not going to give it away yet.
Okay.
It'll come in on the predictions. It is one of the prediction teams. And I have a very small, not like anything juicy, but something slightly funny, little Discord conversation that brought me to this point. So I will be revealing all later, but Lakeland, you're off the hook for now, and I actually do hope you do a little bit better, because the better you do, the more joy I get in bringing you back down. Because someone's got to do it, guys.
Well
So
said.
I'm so brave.
Borg is the resident hater.
Roach checking in at 3 a.m. at the hater building.
You're welcome, Soren.
Yeah, I want to echo what Vaughn said about Chaos putting in the work. I love to see that. Also, E.T. Han and Soren put up numbers in the damage department last week. And if you're doing damage in CCL, it's a good sign. Because I think if you get starting awakenings that permit a little bit of a damage snowball, you can definitely just win the first 3 sets and even the 4th set by playing damage. So, and that's exactly what Lakeland have done. So, looking forward to seeing more damage out of them. I think they're number 2 in total damage next to NJIT. So.
Gotcha. Well, I think we can move on here, and we've got a very beautiful segment coming up. It's been debuted here on Bestie and Slot before, and K-Bot will be hosting it here. We're doing draft to last, baby, and we've got Threezy and we've got Vaughn in the Thunderdome right here. I'm gonna pop a nice little sparkling water and enjoy. K-Bot, take it away.
Yeah. So for those of you that don't know, this is the little segment that I like to do sometimes where we end up running back a draft with our 2 analysts. And we are currently doing that with this particular draft that you can see on the screen now. So Vaughn and Threezy both represent one particular team.
I've seen this before. Yes.
Threezy
too.
A blue team
Let
and
me
a red
interrupt
team.
K-Bot again. Okay,
What?
now you can go.
Threezy will be blue side, Vaughn will be red side. This is last draft on Taiko Temple.
Okay.
Are you two ready?
Yeah, Threezy. I'm assuming you also did look at this beforehand, right?
I did look at it.
Oh. Okay, I'm locked in.
Did you look at it beforehand?
No, God, no. I have no. I'm trying to take it all in. We're at set 5. Yeah, lock in. I'm ready.
At
This
set 5.
X build is
At
so
this point,
broken.
the draft's over, by the way. So, like, the decision making has got to be really fast.
Wait, the X build? The Asher?
X
You mean
build?
Asher?
No,
Yeah.
Atlas.
What did you just say?
The
Atlas
Atlas.
build. Okay.
The Atlas build's looking
Sorry,
mighty.
I heard
Where's X? Shout out Alaska. That's a great ship.
I mean,
All right.
builds are looking weak.
All good.
anyways.
Are the 2 of you ready?
Yeah, run it.
All
Ready,
right.
Freddy.
I will reveal the Awakenings. Threezy, your pick first.
So I'm the Finny.
Yes.
Oh, hell no.
Give me a moment. This is some brand.
Now, hit TikTok. Clock's
You got
on.
10 seconds, bro.
I'm
Bro,
the bar.
I don't play
I'm the
Finny.
bar.
8,
Bro,
7,
lock it. Just pick what you would
6,
want your
Lock in.
Finny to go.
Deadeye.
Who cares?
Get the Deadeye in the bag.
Get to Deadeye.
Noob already
Deadeye
tweaked the draft.
in.
GG.
I don't know,
Vaughn.
like
Also,
you.
can I just... Sorry, this actually matters a lot. Why do 2 of my players have strike shots? Hello?
On the time limit.
2 of your players. Oh,
Yeah.
highest bag souls. Sorry, my bad.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I
I'm
think
almost
is there a CDR? No. Yeah, it's chalk. Take peek from Ash. Yeah, take peek from Asher. I think.
Peek from Asher. All right, 3Z.
Cool. Oh, I get it. I forgot how this segment worked. Okay, now I get to pick. I mean,
Bro, put the Huss hat in the bag.
Dude.
Us
5.
hat might have to go in the bag. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's
Vaughn's
put it in the
drafting
bag,
against
All right,
himself.
Vaughn.
the Huss hat.
Vaughn.
I was trying to think outside
We
the
could
box.
not hear
Okay.
you. We could not
Yeah,
hear
you
you.
do not.
Oh,
You did not
okay.
come through.
I'm the imposter. Draft Among Us.
Among Us.
3Z. Last pick for you, the Mako.
Probably the Speed Awakening. Yay, explosive entrance.
All right, and Vaughn.
What map? It's Tycho, right?
Tycho. Yes. Well, this is the
Ooh.
longest draft ever.
This is a
It's
very
probably
long
Kata.
draft.
I think, honestly, I want to go Kata here with the size
Yeah.
training. I want to farm the ad rush kills with dash punch flip.
Yeah, that's
So-
really weak.
Yeah.
Ad rush and
Especially
Kata?
with, yeah, all good.
Yeah.
That's balanced. And he has pumps. So, yeah, put the Kata in the bag. I'm going to skip the size here.
All
You already
right.
have BD anyways. So
Yeah, and you have
Or-
Among
Yeah,
Us,
you do.
so.
Whose draft do you like better?
So there's a lot of nuance to this draft here. Very complicated. So,
Yeah, this
one
Deadeye
thing to
pick
note
is
here,
cheeks, 3Z. Sorry.
the Deadeye pick
I mean, you
isn't
get
great
peak,
nowadays.
peak or Huss hat either way, right? So
Look, right?
doesn't
Couple
matter.
key points here. Highlights and lowlights for both, right? 3Z, obviously the Deadeye, not the greatest because
No,
it's Tycho,
why?
and
Why?
and because it's Atlas, right? Atlas is just how do you
Oh
play against
yeah,
this
you're
character?
Midfield
killing
Finny,
through
you're
Atlas
gonna-
is impossible.
It's
you're-
impossible.
You're going to use
Oh,
your
that's
forward primary.
midfield Finny?
That's
Yeah,
midfield
yeah,
Finny.
yeah.
I said it
No.
before we even started.
Oh,
Yeah, that is- that is midfield.
It has
And you're
max
using your
souls,
forward-
3Z.
You're using your forward primary a lot. If
We
you're
lost in
probably
character
playing this
selects.
map.
I would
Hey,
never lock in Finny
It's
midfield.
okay.
Yeah, Vice with pumps would fit this draft better, IMO.
Yeah, that's facts.
You know why the Deadeye was bad, but one thing really good you did, obviously, Huss had boring,
Yeah.
but whatever, it's good. The good thing you did here is you denied the Shaolin
Shao-
Julie.
Shaolin?
You denied Shaolin Soccer Julie, which would have
That's
carried
so-
the game here.
That's so
and
real.
because,
Wow.
Because you
Big
denied
guns.
it, you actually have a chance of winning now. So I think
True.
that Vaughn's draft, while I think a little bit more straightforward and easier to play, as is kind of just handed to you at this point. Like, let's be honest here. Like, you're taking anything here and you're winning.
Yeah.
But I think you had some good creative decisions there. So, I mean, congrats there. Well done. And then, obviously,
Okay.
I do think
Does
Vaughn
anyone-
wins the draft by default, though.
Does
Wow,
anyone
crazy
have
that
any
his
other
comp is better
reactions?
than mine. That's crazy. Wow. All
Okay.
good.
Yeah.
This
yeah,
is-
welcome to draft.
Any
night.
other
Low-key, you
reactions
put Among
before I
Us-
reveal
you
the
go Among
game?
Us
Yes,
on your
I-
Finny here, and
okay,
you like
I-
surf it.
Yeah.
I am very interested in what game
That's
this
my
is.
bad. I
because
didn't realize it was
I
midfield.
can sort of see a certain team fitting the Awakenings lottery here. You know,
Yeah.
Fitting
Those
the-
specialized
you know,
This is
training
gonna
get
be
taken here.
wild. This is gonna be wild when I
I
release
could
it.
be wrong though. I could
Yo,
be
Three,
wrong.
low key, the Mako is going spec training to
one.
like kill someone.
Oh,
This
Okay,
is
okay, that makes
GMU
sense.
versus UCF
Whoa.
Broads.
Okay.
Demolitionist has been
This
locked
is
in.
game 2.
Game
Diamond?
2? You're locking this in game 2?
Okay, Loki, I see the
Diamond?
vision. I see the vision
Hey,
because he wants
W Ravies.
he wants to give Kai the
Yeah.
peak or the Huss hat. So I understand it. And Loki, they're not even killing Asher with this comp, right? They're going to, like they're killing her with knockback. So I
Okay,
low-key-
wait. I lied. Atlas gets
Oh?
Monumentalist here, and Monumentalist for some reason wasn't in the original.
I
draft.
mean-
I FF'd. That's my bad.
Oh, no.
We'll do better
My
next
bad.
week.
It's
It was
My
a
bad.
trick
Run it back
question.
next week.
Yeah.
Trick
Yeah,
question
all
on
right.
segment.
Six, reset.
Reset it.
Reset.
Reset it. Reshoot.
Reset
so
the
we took-
live.
No, Borg, this guy didn't
Wait.
go Shaolin mode. He could have went Shaolin mode. Let him know.
Yeah, I mean, this Nats guy trolling, new
Is this
off,
the draft I was thinking
new
of?
off.
No, there it
you
is.
Juliet
No,
said
no,
that.
no, no,
I
no, no,
wanna play
no,
with the
no.
Dash
Okay,
Awakening
no,
'cause it's
I'm
broken.
sorry. I just went back to the VOD. I was originally correct.
Okay, so this is all.
I'm just bad.
Okay. Okay.
You just couldn't believe. You couldn't believe.
You couldn't
that
believe it.
wouldn't
I
be
couldn't
believe
believe the
it.
demolitionist. I was like, wait a minute. No, this is
Oh, it's CCL. You got to remember that.
it's CCL.
Yeah.
I'm gonna double check this. This is the draft that was taken. Now, the main point that I wanted to make was Spartan's pick here after Among Titans and Demolitionist. Which is better? Vaughn, obviously, you thought peak performance would have been better for the Asher.
Yeah,
100%.
Why do you-
100%.
Yeah.
Why is that the case?
Well, Breezy, you want to? I mean, you can go if you want. I think it's the clock for sure.
That'll be the clock.
It's the clock.
I mean, it
Okay,
scales
well,
with,
Oh,
it scales with his resilience spark that he has and with his big fish, so it's giving him a ton of speed. Also, peak is like one of the best awakenings you can just pick up because it gives you 2 stats in one. With a bunch of base speed, right? Because it also scales off your level.
So
Kind of stagger you have, and then also scales with your bonus stagger that you have from awakenings. So peak here is probably giving you somewhere around like 15% speed, if I want to say.
I did this
crazy.
math. I actually did the math to prep. Peak performance here would give Asher 15.8% speed, which is more than you would get if you were staggered on Stagger Swagger.
Yeah, and
Or if you
you're
had
not
Among
really
Us.
gonna be.
No.
You already have so much stagger training, so
You're
you're
not
like
being staggered.
threshold for a Kai, Julie, Atlas to stagger you. I mean, the Atlas is doing damage, but like when you're in the corner, but your
Yeah.
threshold's already gonna be bigger as well. So it just looks a lot better, and also especially because I don't know the hat. I mean, it's like Kai wants the hat and Asher wants the clock. Just handshake it. You know what I mean? Also, shout out Threezy for nailing the 15% there.
Yeah.
Because that incorporates the Asher base stagger scaling too. So that's why if you're like a brawler player and you have like X or Asher, you should probably take clock in the later stages because your stagger is so much higher. But if you're maybe someone like Kazan or Zen, you might get more intrinsic value from the hat because the base 7% is not that much different than what you're getting from a late game peak, but then the extra survivability. Yeah. Bat chest, draft theory.
To elaborate a little further on
Getting
that
pretty-
too, Zen and Kazan both can go elusive, and your stagger swagger works while you're elusiving.
Yeah.
So that's also why it synergizes really well with this character. But yeah.
All right. Any other comments or anything on?
I already
on
know how this
draft?
game went. I have a comment. I can already tell what happened.
Oh,
I need to
no.
rewatch a VOD to see if I did. I know why Nats went spec training because I would go spec training too. I would be tearing my hair out. The fact that Spartan probably died once this game by accident. If I was Spartan this game, I would be sprinting into the Atlas expanse 18 times in a row to show them I don't care. Because there is no way you're dying as Spartan in this game. And once you get Stagger Swagger, you're literally slapping them in the face. You're bored flicking them in the face saying, I don't care, you're not killing me. Like, I'm
Yeah.
just gonna spit on you now. So, I mean, well done Spartan for being the annoying Asher forward player here. You did it well.
But he
so-
unfortunately lost 0-2.
He unfortunately
Hey,
did
guess what?
lose.
Guess what? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's about sending a message.
I understand.
About sending a
Also, I want to shout out Game 1 real fast. I took a screenshot for you all. I'm pretty sure Game 1 was ! draft luck for UCF rods. These look like some of the most disgusting Awakenings pages I've ever seen on a set of 3 characters in one game. So all good there.
I mean, low key on both. They're pretty good on both. No cap.
Yeah, it's
one of
because
those
on
games where
build
I
looks
feel like
I'll get a
racist.
better
I'm
screenshot
not
for
gonna lie.
Syntax and post.
I will say, yeah,
Looks
both
really
teams
good.
kind of got some sauce. This is one of those games where
Yeah.
I think you just both are like, it's like if the Cold War actually snapped.
Okay,
and
but
you're
if
just,
you ha-
like ready.
If you have to give it
Literally.
to a side,
Literally.
I mean, again, these guys just lost in draft. They picked Vice midfield and Finny midfield. Like,
Vice is good.
Hey, those are his comfort picks.
those are his
bro.
picks.
Those are the comfort
I mean, if
picks.
you're good at the Finny
Unfortunately,
midfield, go
P-Wiz
to
is
the
a
Finny
speed
midfield.
midfield abuser, and they won both games. All good. Speed is weak.
Hey,
Speed
you gotta
is
pick
weak.
your comfort.
Follow your heart,
Sometimes execution
even when you
there.
lose. Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing I learned about watching CCL is if you're just better, it doesn't matter what characters you lock. But
That's
it is
true.
hard to stand up to the onslaught of Monu now with Deadeye Luna behind her because Monu now low-key does the most damage in the game.
And
for
missile
fun.
prop too.
That's
a
disgusting.
bit-
Disgusting.
Yeah, for fun.
Yeah,
Anyway,
why I retired.
hey, interesting draft.
Thank you, K-Bot.
Thank you.
Kenneth.
Great job, K.
That's all. Hey, I watched a game that wasn't on main broadcast.
Yeah, and I did it. Let's go.
Yeah.
WK-Bot.
Let's go, K-Bot.
WK-Bot.
WK-Bot.
The world when he doesn't copy me is just such a beautiful place.
Well, on that
Beautiful.
note, we'll see who copies who as we're heading on in to the week 4 predictions. Let's Syntix, throw up that graphic real quick. And man, that's a lot of red. It looks like a tree trunk. It looks like a tree trunk down there.
Not bad.
First,
Not that bad.
in first place, me. I got 6-0. Very cool. Honestly, I think I kind of lucked out on the UTD pick. That was kind of luck right there. I was throwing that in for the drama, and then they won. And I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
dope. Okay, great. Awesome. In second place, 3Z went 5-1, only missing the Fairfield pick. Tied for third, K-Bot and Vaughn at 4-2, as well as Mama Win, who was featured on broadcast last week. They all went 4-2, and then in sixth place, the middle of our tree trunk, Borg 1-5, only picking Texas State to win. Borg, since you're this week's biggest loser, please step into this room and wear this earpiece so that we can speak to you. No, just joking. No, like, what is your strategy going into this week? Are you going to try to climb up a little bit more to get into that 500 range?
I'm just gonna have to show everybody this week how good I am at actually predicting when I try. So, because I'm gonna have to get some, I'm gonna have to get some picks right. So, I'm gonna have to show off a little bit this week.
Yeah,
So-
we're gonna have to use something different than the flipping coin method to decide.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can show you guys what I flipped last week. I flipped the dime.
The dime.
The dime.
It's
Dime.
really
Dimer.
hard to actually flip the dime.
It is a little
as
hard
you
to
can
flip.
see.
It's super small. It's like,
It's really hard to see, but tails. That's like the 8th tails in a row. I just
wow. Wow,
Go
you're
on.
kind
Yeah,
of have a
sorry.
gladiator there. Anyway, overall, we got 3Z Breezy taking home first place on the season, 16-1, 94% pick rate. We've got tied for second. Myself and Vaughn last week helped me a ton to climb up into second place, 15-2, 88.24% win rate. Fourth is K-Bot, 13-4, pretty respectable there, 76.47% pick rate, not bad. And then in last place, we got Borg, 7-10 with a 41% pick rate. So let's see how we can get into this week. First up, it's the highly expected from the top of the broadcast matchup between CU Boulder and the St. Clair Sage. Judgmental returns. You got Wet Hop on that roster in the mountains of Colorado. K-Bot, what do you think?
Well, I don't know what to think after your very husky voice there.
It's the mountains.
Trying to match me.
of
or-
Colorado.
okay.
is that what they sound
I'm gonna
like?
take.
That's what they sound like up there, I guess.
Sure. I'm gonna take St. Clair. I think they get the judgmental buff this week. Also, Weston has to work like twice as hard to keep this game competitive because judgmental's in the opposing box. So sorry, Weston. Wrong week to go against St. Clair. Give me them.
Vaughn.
I'd like to actually, I'm going to flip the script here. I'd like to shout out Weston for his solo queue performance in one of my games recently.
Oh,
We did the unholy raining down hellfire Deadeye start on these poor souls. We
What
went
did he pick?
Finny.
Pick Finny?
He picked Finny. I picked Luna, and my good friend
Oh.
Belzirel picked Juno. And we Deadeye start, slaughtered them. Poor Megalodon ended that game level 4.
Oh no.
On
Had
the
the
other end,
harpoons out.
yeah. The
Yikes.
seas were not safe with Megan the lobsters out and about. They were absolutely sniped out of the water. So W. Weston on the Finny. Glad to see that he's still working on his picks. And also shout to him where if I beg him if the draft looks cooked and I'll message him, please pick Atlas, he'll still pick it for me. So W. Weston. But I also agree he's losing. I don't think he's going to lose. I just wanted to, I just wanted to shout out
my boy, shout out my
Shout
goat.
out.
By the way, you're losing,
I've always
buddy.
said this. If you do well in my games, I will say, hey, good job. And if I don't think you do well, I will say,
I will
hey,
let
maybe
you know.
yeah, I'll let you know either way. So Weston, hey, W Mans. But I think it's St. Clair. So I am a Boulder head, so I would love to see them win. but I'm a bit afraid of this judgmental guy. He has this like beautiful combo of locking down Atlas player, but also can bust out the Luna. And I think eject button goalies in CCL are a lot better because you can make some real big plays. So give me the Saints, please.
Borg, you need 4 or 5 wins to get up to a safe range to keep on fighting for that 500 score. Who are you picking here?
That's actually a good point here. I honestly think this game is one of those that are kind of predicted at this point. I mean, obviously anything can happen in the CCL, as we say here on the broadcast, but I do think St. Clair is kind of a shoo-in for this one. I think they have a revitalized roster. I think as much as I criticize Judgmental, that was basically mainly just for the meme because I've never lost to him, so I just kind of for that. But I doubt he's even listening. I really doubt he is, so there's no point in me bringing in the meme. I think he's a beast. I think they're going to win. But a little Borg twist. I am a CU Boulder fan. I lived in Colorado for a year. I do love me some Weston. I think I've been a little bit of a fan, a little bit of a supporter, that guy. So I'm gonna give it to him. Let's give him a shot here. I have a little bit of leeway, but I'm gonna be going pretty serious for the next couple picks. So
all right,
I'll give it to this one.
CU for Borg, 3C.
I agree with Borg. It's probably St. Clair's game to lose. I do also want to shout out Weston because he had a pretty based interaction with Judgmental in Westcourt. It was announced that Judgmental rejoined and stuff because he's back in his grind. And Weston said, "I just want you to not play in week 4. For real though, will be fun." And then Judgmental goes, "I don't know when that is." And then Weston goes, "This week you're against my team."
Oh my
and then
God.
Judgmental goes, "I'm starting this week." And then Weston goes, "I'd win." So W Aura there from Weston.
Aura.
Let him know who's boss. But yeah, it's probably a St. Clair sweep.
I will also give it to St. Clair here, especially because of this edition of Judgmental. If we didn't know what the roster was going to be, if Judgmental walked out like WWE Raw style, oh my gosh, no way, that would have been crazy. But if he wasn't in this roster, I think CU would have a lot more of a chance to win here. Now that chance just getting a little bit lower, a little bit slower. Judgmental is a beast. Judgmental is one of my goats. So give me a St. Clair here, but shout out Wet as well. I love you, Weston. I love you so much. I'll see you at the LAN. Kisses, hugs and kisses from me. Anyway, next up we've got.
Surely he plays this time.
Surely he plays.
Surely he plays this time, and we didn't spend all this time hyping him up just for him to not
true.
play.
I did hear from the heads of St. Clair that it's 99% sure. There's still a 1% chance that he doesn't play.
Yeah, we're gonna get the 1%.
We're gonna get the 1%.
All good.
All good there. Heading on over to a little bit of an East versus South matchup here. We've got Cloudburst versus the Huntington Hawks. K-Bot, what do you think?
I'll be honest, this is the one that I didn't do much prep work for. I think this one can be a coin flip. I will give it to Cloudburst because they were doing in-houses on stream and making more Omega Strikers content. W Cloudburst. Give me them.
Vaughn.
I voted Cloudburst every time, and I'm not going to stop now, but where was Moth Honey, the GOAT? They were not present in their last match. I was mistaken, but I don't think I am. I'm having trouble kind of keeping all the
I thought they were.
Hold on.
Straight.
Didn't we raid them?
Yeah,
and then
they were rated. Yeah, Cloudburst was rated.
Was Moth Honey present for the match?
I don't believe Moth Honey was playing.
They were in the VC. Why weren't they playing?
Hey,
Moth Honey was not playing. We had Jax True, Agent Rios, just Matt 1.
Huh.
Against Colorado.
Maybe a tactical tank there from.
Yeah, I'm a yeah for the draft.
Tactical tank for the draft.
For the
Yeah,
draft
I like
next
that.
season. I'm a Cloudburst fan after I got to know them a little better one random day. W vibes. I like them a lot as people. So I'm always gonna be on my bias shit unless they're literally against. I mean, wow, we are running up the tally, by the way. I think
We
that's
were running
like
up the
fourth or
tally.
fifth time.
Syntax is gonna
Yeah,
hate
I've
us.
had a couple. 3Z had a couple.
All good.
It's all good.
This is what passion gets you.
Passion.
That's facts.
Yeah.
So unless they're against maybe just NJIT, I'll probably vote Cloudburst every time.
Okay.
So it's a Cloudburst sweep. This time they'll get it done. And if I tank my prediction score for it, so be it. That's what a believer does. So
That's
I'm a
facts.
believer.
Love it. Love it. Borg. Oh. It's a hawk, baby.
Ooh, let's go, baby. Let's go, Hawks. Come on. Come on.
You can really tell how Borg feels
Borg
about this one.
loves
Yeah.
the Eags.
Yeah. Don't be afraid to show him too much emotion now, Borg.
I feel them. I'm feeling for them right now. I think they're taking it.
All right. 3Z.
What else you got to say?
I don't think you have to say a whole lot.
That's all you have to say, my friend. Or do. Listen. As much as I do love the Hawks, and I respect that they're on their Grussel a little bit. Sawdew Gate. Been in the queues, been grinding. Excellent name. Great addition to the league. Legature has not played a game in 10 days. You got to get
Come
that
on,
level up,
Legature.
level 14. Level 14 in Omega Strikers. That's not going to cut it. So this one's going the other way. It is going to be a Cloudburst sweep, especially if Moth Honey is in. Because it's always a Moth Honey sweep on the desk.
I'm also going to give this to Cloudburst as well. But by the way, guys, play the game or you stand the chance of getting publicly humiliated on the game day desk. It's a fate worse than death. Just play the game. It's easy. Just do it for an hour.
Play
or
the
something.
game,
I don't
guys.
know.
Come on, it's easy.
Come on,
Hey,
play the
yeah.
game.
Equal equations getting flamed for inting the game is better than getting flamed for not playing.
Very true.
Okay, and we can be honest, there was never anything about inting. And I said after that they played fine. Okay, we don't have to pretend
took it
like I
seriously.
verbally abused them and they cried. You can literally play back the clip.
Equal took
I
it
played
so
up the bit and then I
seriously.
said, you know what? They were playing fine. They're a fine player. Guys, it's all good. There's no sadness happening, okay?
This is all satire. Like a lot of
Yeah,
this
a
is
little
satire.
gentle ribbing.
Little bit of
Gentle
gentle
ribbing
ribbing.
to your
Serious.
teammates.
Yeah, it's no big deal to have some gentle ribbing. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and sometimes you just don't play well. Yeah,
Okay.
It happens. Other
Okay.
games you play well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was ready. I had the apology.
Hey.
I made a promise, and then they lost. By the way, in their match, I was ready to handwrite the apology letter.
Yeah.
And they lost.
Also,
W fuel.
I have actually played 3 games of Omega Strikers this past week. So if
More than
I
me.
have played more games than you, and you're playing in CCL, you're doing something wrong.
Oh
True.
my god.
I only played 2.
Truge.
I played more
I
than
played-
Borg.
I've played. Oh wait. Here's a fun CCL game day thing. Without cheating, for some of you, who can tell me from my Steam statistic how many hours of Omega
Oh,
Strikers
gosh.
that I've had
Oh my god.
in the last 2 weeks?
No way.
It's actually not that bad for this.
I would
'Cause you've been
say
playing on
last
you've been
2
playing
weeks.
on other accounts too, right?
I have. I've been a little goofy.
So
on
your
a
main
thing.
account. So your main Vaughn. Okay.
Yeah.
Give
I'm
me
getting a little
give me
goofy on
30.
Little
Give me
goofy.
30 hours. 30 hours.
I will take 24.
Okay.
43.
33.
Yeah. The answer. This was a middle of the road week. 39.4.
Wow.
There you go.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Bonus question specifically to K-Bot. If you can guess my total hours on my main account, I'll give you $5.
5,000.
I don't even
Within the nearest 100.
I don't think there's 5,000 hours in a year. Like that's.
You can't have 5,000 hours
Yeah.
no S.
No, I just say
That's-
total. I just like
Yeah,
on my
total.
account. I will say it's not the most hours on my friends list.
Okay.
That's
There's a little
crazy.
hint.
That is nuts.
It's
gotta be the case.
Unfortunately, I have no Omega Strikers players on my Steam friend list, so
Throw it
I
out.
have no basis for
Let
that.
it
Throw
hang.
it over just for fun.
I
Let it
will
hang.
take.
And we'll do Dylan. We won't do the 2 guys who can see it.
Okay.
30,
because you probably seen it before.
3,900.
3,900.
All right.
I like that guess. I'm
Dylan?
gonna go a little lower. I'm gonna go 2,900.
Oh, close. It's the official number is 3,287.
Nice.
And the first time I played
Okay.
the game was February 2022.
22.
22.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I was like, are we going
February
back to when I was in college?
2022. So it's
Going back?
been just over 3 years.
Wow,
There you go.
that's crazy.
Anyway.
Almost perfectly in 1,000 hours below you. At least
Oh,
on my
yeah.
main.
Wow. Okay. Anyway, let's move
Yeah,
right
I think
along.
if you
Let's move
Yeah,
right
yeah, yeah.
along. We gotta move it on.
All right.
Sorry,
I
guys.
agree.
Sorry,
Play the
guys.
game.
Play the
I
game.
agree.
Play the game, guys. Anyway, Auburn B versus NJIT Lowlanders. This is Vaughn's team versus NJIT Lowlanders. I don't know who else is rooting for NJIT Lowlanders, but I know Vaughn loves an Auburn B. K-Bot, what are your thoughts?
What?
You said it last week.
Uh,
If they won a game, you would do like something.
Oh yeah,
was-
and then they lose.
Well, no, they were on a bye, so technically they won, but that doesn't
They
count.
won.
No, that doesn't count.
That doesn't
That
count.
doesn't
That
count.
doesn't count. That's why we're asking this right now, so that we know.
Give me the Lowlanders. NJIT Lowlanders got it done last week. They'll get it done again this week. Shout out Auburn B. Shout out the Auburn program in general. But I'll take the Lowlanders again this week. They didn't let me down last week.
Vaughn.
You look, I bet against them, and then they said, "Shut up, you don't know anything." And then they got the dub. I won't make the mistake again. Just put the Lowlanders in the bag and move along.
Oh man. All right. Borg.
We're stuffing the bag even more. I'm going Lowlanders here. Keep it simple. I'm getting things right. We're doing it this week.
3-easy. Sorry, I got you right in the middle of a last call drink.
Oh,
right
good.
there.
I was cheersing Borg because I'm gonna give the same prediction. Auburn B getting those Qs. All right, KBS 117th is the only member in the Qs the past week and a half, and they're also the highest ranked member. So hey, get those arses in the Qs, fellas. Ain't no way to get better from not playing OS. So you know what to
Real.
do.
And I'm going to say the same thing. Lowlanders, they got the job done last week. I think they can get it done again this week. Auburn B, look, Holdesk got an NJIT Lowlanders prediction here. There's potential for an upset. So, hey, ball's in your court. Ball is in your court. Next up, a Wild West matchup between some cowpokes out in Phoenix and some other cowpokes out in Lubbock, Texas. Whoever wins gets the state of New Mexico, which, by the way, not a whole lot of consolation prize there. I was born there. It's Texas Tech versus GCU Cinema. Who takes it here, guys?
We all steal this.
Well, yeah. Actually, I will not be doing that. I will take Texas
Oh.
Tech.
Ooh.
I think they are the slightly better team on paper. I understand both teams have coaches that are very likely pretty intensely involved. But I will side with Tech this time, regrettably.
Welcome back to the Red Raiders side, K-Bot. Vaughn.
I am not on your side.
Feeling like a Raider myself.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Oh yeah, Texas bias on full display. I'm gonna take Texas Tech, and sorry, I don't care about Texas teams, so I don't have anything to say about
Boo,
them. You can always do it surplus for me, so I never put in
W
any
Vaughn.
effort. I never put in any effort for it because I know you'll always have something that you can say. So I don't want to like infringe on your yap space. I'll just like stick
But
to
I'll
mine.
let you
so.
into my yap space. We got really good barbecue here.
No, that's okay. That's
All
okay.
good.
It's
All right.
yours.
All right.
You can keep it
All right.
to yourself over there in that corner, not with the rest of us. So, you know, it's a Teo
Both
Texas
put me in the
Tech.
corner at the party. Anyway, Borg.
Yeah.
It's actually really tough, right?
It is.
It's a bit of a
I
tough
think
one.
I think if Dip Stink was in, which is probably not happening, it's a shoo-in cinema sweep. But Dip Stink isn't in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean the name doesn't clear right now, so it's just definitely a toss-up. You know what? Never say I never did anything for you, Dylan. Just kidding. We're going. No. I want to do the cinema so bad, but I'm not gonna do it. I gotta be serious. We'll go Texas. Never say I never did anything for you.
Thank
you
you,
owe
Borg.
me
I like
for voting for your
I
team once in a
appreciate-
regular season.
I appreciate that you molded over in real time between the two. I appreciate that a lot.
That was actually really hard.
I know
did
it takes a lot, so thank you, sir. 3Z,
Yeah.
I'm gonna break it down.
break it down for
Okay.
me.
If Dip Sync was in, they would have worse odds because that player hasn't been in the queues for 35 days.
I mean,
This
you
is-
didn't. You
this
just
is
don't
my-
have to do this. You don't have to do this.
This is my bit now. I've taken over for K-Bot, and it's
Thank
just
you,
this
3Z.
simple. It's this simple.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not checking the Clarion charts. I'm checking stats.omegastrikers.gg.
So
Okay.
different.
Wow.
And it's GG if you don't play your matches in solo queue. So, anyways, GCU Blingo XD, not a match in the last 2 weeks. All the players from Texas Tech are on their Grussel. I'm sure they're scrimming as well. Surplus runs a tight ship over there down in Lubbock. So it's going to go Texas Tech, the Red Raiders. I don't know what kind of symbol I can do, or like
It's a
I'm
guns
trying to
up.
get into
It's a
the
guns up.
the guns
There
up.
you go.
All right,
But
beautiful.
put the shirt
There we
over your
go.
face.
little sombrero on.
Yeah, a
All
little
right,
sombrero.
that'd be-
That works. Anyway, I think everybody knows how I'm voting, but I will vouch for both teams here. I'm going to yap for a little bit. Both teams have been on their grind, their Gressel. I think Texas Tech has been more on their grind than Gressel, to be fair. But Texas Tech, I'm just going to say right now, first things first, I have to air out some drama here, all right? Because Icky Guy was like, if we ever play in CCL, it has to be on stream. I approached them saying, hey guys, you want to be on stream? 2 of the GCU players can't do it on Wednesdays. Come on, our entire team is ready to go. Our Texas Tech, ready to rumble, ready to show the nation, show the world, show the only 2 countries that matter, USA and Canada, also Mexico, to be fair, shout out Mexico, that we are ready to go. We're ready to have some fun, but no. And just because I'm wearing purple doesn't mean I'm not a Red Raider. Wreck 'em Tech, let's go, baby. It is a Texas Tech sweep. Anyway, guys, wake up. I'm sorry that I bored you guys because we're on to the final 2 matches with the final 4 undefeated teams this season. Only 2 will remain come week 5. And I will say this does look like me trying to be Texas biased, but no, this is just me highlighting the final undefeated teams. So just
No,
because
it's you being Texas biased.
2 Texas bias, just because 2 Texas teams were there doesn't mean. Anyway, I'm not going to justify it for you. Esports at OSU, your UT Nerd Boom. It's an all orange battle. K-Bot, what do you think?
This one's close. This is certainly closer than the Fanshawe match last week. I'll give you that much. I think that there's a lot of players that have pop-off potential in this match, but this week I am going to be a peanut enjoyer believer. Give me esports at OSU this week.
OSU sticking together here. Shout out the Buckeyes. Vaughn.
Also,
Yes.
shout out Laplation, who has been pairing very well with the other 2 on that team.
Very true. Vaughn, you're thinking.
We know. Oh, there's no thoughts in my head. I'm looking in my own personal server's Omega Strikers channel and seeing a classic. A top player tilted at how a teammate played solo queue with a screenshot posted. But the thing I'm noticing is not that player's team, but who trumped them on the other team. Who but GOAT Enjoyer himself. Absolutely clowning multiple a NASA player and multiple, I would say NASA level debatable. Anyway, point I'm making is I'm an OSU Black fan till I die. My Fuelhead status is currently on hiatus but will return. So Black is the only team I've got left in my school satchel at this time. So I will vote for them, even though I think UT Nerd Boom's probably I would power rank them number 2 if I had to, but I believe I'm down for the OSU Black team to get it, or just OSU, I guess. They're not OSU Black, but knowers know it's OSU Black, okay?
Yeah,
it's OSU Black. So I'm going to give them a 2-1, but this is definitely the match of the season so far for me. Like this is what I'm looking forward to. I will be there. I will be posted. So that's what I think. 2-1 OSU.
4.
Somebody better stream this.
Yes, absolutely.
It's a really hard one. Honestly, this might be the hardest one of the day. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I think it is.
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I man, I love Peanut Enjoyer. I mean, the thing is, unlike, the gentleman above me, I'm not necessarily an OSU fan, but I am a Peanut Enjoyer fan. But at the same time, I gotta lock in. And my heart doing a little bit of a nerd. Feeling like a little bit of a nerd today.
All right.
So I'm gonna go with Nerd Boom. I think it'll be close. 2-1 either way. Someone's taking it home. Let's go with Nerd Boom. Let's split the desk a bit.
All right, 3Z. Is it incoming?
Come on. Up versus down.
I don't like what I have to do this week at all, which is face a hard truth.
Yes.
Maple Leaf has not played a CCL in-house since, July of 2024.
Okay, hold on.
and
We're
they
reaching to in-houses. By the way, join the server. We're reaching to in-houses at this point.
They have not played a solo queue game. That, you know what that means?
Correct.
In over 100 days.
Okay.
So
Wait, I didn't know this.
if we're not scrimming, there's some value to be had in looking at the charts or whatever K-Bot says.
No.
They've been playing well enough to beat the teams that they've played so far. I'm gonna pull them up really quickly. Which has been Fuel last week, and then the Hawks, not really a great test for them, and then the Lowlanders. So really, the only test they've had so far was Fuel, and they kind of
Handle
it was a bit of a
It
run.
kind of wasn't a test.
Handle
It
business.
wasn't really a test. Yeah, they got it done. So this week is much harder. You have, 3 players from OSU who are really hungry. These guys are permanent in the queues. It all comes down to who's playing better. It all comes down to the vibes. I want to vote Longhorn here, but I don't know if I can. I think Peanut Enjoyer is such a beast. And hey, I might regret this one, but Maple, you need to get in the queues. Get in the queues for me. You guys, this is your season to win. It's NJIT season to lose, but it's your season to win. So get in the queues and I'll vote for you next week.
All right.
Maybe 3Z saying it'll be better than me saying it for the past 3 weeks, but yeah.
Yeah, true.
True.
Now-
Actually true.
I have been giving Maple the same warning that I've given other players.
Yeah, now it's real because you're playing
Now
against
it's
the
real.
top 4 team.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, and as I want to reiterate what 3Z said here, it is NJIT's season to win, but UT and OSU's season to lose. That is such a
The
true
opposite.
statement. Oh, opposite?
What?
Reversed. It's NJIT season to lose.
To
and it's
lose.
Those 2 teams season to win.
Dang
Yeah.
it, I was trying to be so smart and I messed
It's
it
okay.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gosh,
I know what you
Glasses
meant.
are for show.
I guess you could say you're not
Exactly.
a nerd boom.
I'm not a nerd boom in this case. But look, as much as I want to be Texas biased, I don't really see an avenue in which Texas can make their way and go out and beat the best in the West. I mean, UCLA has passed their crown, passed the torch over to OSU. These guys have been grinding. These guys have been amazing. As we all know, the West is one of the best regions in Omega Strikers alongside Texas. And this is just going to be an all-out battle. So,
Amen.
look, I'm just gonna
That's
I'm
what
gonna
they
give
say.
this one to Oregon State. I think they're gonna take it. Give me the folks over the Beavs. Give me the Beavs. Give me the folks over in not Eugene. Sorry, they're not in Eugene. Eugene's where Oregon is. Nah, I forget. I'll be fine. The chat will correct me. Wherever Oregon State is, shout out Pac-12. Final up here. Yeah. I almost said Stillwater. That's where Oklahoma State is. That's not true.
Wrong OSU.
Wrong OSU. NJIT, the #1 team in the country, the team to beat, the team who can become the second to completely win the regular season undefeated versus the upstart UT Dallas squad that exploded on the scene last week. K-Bot, what are we thinking?
It's an NJIT sweep. Give me NJIT. Look, you can beat Chally players that are grinding your butts off all you want. I don't know how much you're going to play against 2 Nassau caliber level players. That's just the truth. There might be opportunities for goals to be scored, sets to be won, and even a game. I will still give this one to NJIT. I think they're the best team in the country, and it's not close.
All right, Vaughn.
Yeah, as much as jokes aside, would love to spin like an underdog narrative potential here. It's, and I mean, I voted against CT Dallas last time, but like that's just me like buying into the fun. Like, oh, new team, Straigest is God, Dropletto is the funny frog guy, and EDA Phoenix is a new player. Like, this is a fun team for. Now these guys are the Terminator. I don't see it. I mean, I would love to be wrong because it would inject some juice into the season.
That is real.
Blue Blazing had some real nice. Actually, I think specifically we talked about him playing X, and if he could like play well on X. I swear we had this.
We did.
Exact conversation.
We did have the conversation.
And then he dropped the bomb on it. I'll be honest, kind of BGD X lore 4Xs.
And then got size on Asher, but all good.
Yeah, well, there's like 5 size tradings, so I mean, it's fine.
Got the best one.
Yeah, like 2 or 3 size tradings.
Me and K-Bot weren't happy about that, but
we were not happy.
We keep it pushing.
All right, yeah, keep it pushing. Anyway, I don't see it. I think this team is too good. I don't think they'll drop a game. If they drop a game, hey, something went well. That's your goal for your UTD. Just take it one game at a time. But I think it's a 2 on JIT.
Borg.
Well, I hinted at it earlier. I'll try to keep it a little brief, but one of these teams is my new hatred team, and I think you guys could guess it. But this was totally random, and I wasn't planning on doing this. But about 2 weeks ago, I get a certain DM from a certain player. It was a screenshot of our predictions against UCF Rods versus UT Dallas.
Wow.
And everybody except me voted for UT Dallas. I voted for the Rods. A certain Blue Blazing messages me this screenshot.
This guy takes our predictions so seriously.
With a crying emoji. And so, of course, I rub my little paws together. Oh, yeah, I'm excited now. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Come on now. I said,
buddy.
All part of my plan. That's what I said. That's all I said. And then responded with, like, Kara Golden, Undaunted. I don't even know what this is. Like, some emojis. Basically gassing himself up. He's gassing himself up, so I gotta bring him down. UT Dallas is going home. They're not doing shit this year. That's my one. They're not doing anything this year. I mean, this is kind of a boring one to do it on. I could do it on like a team that's like sucks and just bet on them, and it'd be way funnier. But NJT is gonna win this one. I don't think that's a surprise, so I'm gonna go with them. But UT Dallas is. I got to hit on them this year. Let's have some fun, everybody. Let's have some fun.
New hate target here for Borg. Love to hear that.
See if they can get past it. Let's see if they can get through it.
All right, 3-easy.
Yeah. I don't know how many times I've heard K-Bot start us off with it's an NJIT sweep, but it's an NJIT sweep. Once again on the desk. Yeah, Blue Blazing, you got your work cut out on this one, good buddy. Listen, I played against these guys. They were probably the hardest team I've faced in CCL. So you've got to cut out for you. Watch out for Katsuna, because there's the Meg, and then there's Mr. Suna, and they'll drop some bombs on you. So just take it one step at a time.
Absolutely. Look, last week I was in this exact same position. The entire desk voted for one team that was totally clear to win. No way they would lose. They've got Dropletto, Meg on their team, Katsuna on their team. There's no way they would lose. And as soon as I say my prediction, the peanut gallery over here starts booing me, and I'm the only one who gets it right. However,
you're not voting Dallas this week, Dylan.
I am not voting Dallas this week.
Yeah,
I am not voting Dallas this week.
That's
not happening. Look, UT Dallas, this is your game to put us on notice. You know, put the league on notice if you could do it. Last season, that was esports at OSU Black taking down NJIT, and that was, I think, their only loss in the regular season. That was something that was huge for that program. If you want to put your program on the map, say that you're a contender, and potentially say that you're a top 3 team in the league, beat this team tonight. You need to do that. But as of right now, I don't see that happening. You've got the reigning league MVP. You've got reigning all first team prospects. You've got this absolute stacked team out of New Jersey and the East Coast. Look, fellas, my friends in Richardson, Godspeed, because you're gonna need it. But I think tonight is the night that you need to clutch it TF up. All right? Clutch. This is my one. Clutch the up. I swear to God.
Whoa.
Because, dude, this is your shot right here. NJIT, this is their game to lose. This is your time to win. But no, I think NJIT takes this one. I think it's going to be a sweep, unfortunately. I think UTD is still a good team, but no, this is NJIT we're talking about. This is like Chiefs level of greatness.
The good news for UTD is that Blue Blazing gets more powerful the more people don't believe in him.
Correct.
So
correct.
Yeah, but
maybe that's all part of my plan. Anyway, I will catch y'all later. We're over halfway through the season. We've blinked. It's gone by super fast. We'll see you guys next right here. First match of the night coming up right here on Bestie and Slot. See you around. Adios.
Play better, win more.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 4th week of the Collegiate Corestrike League. We have the CU Boulder Strikers versus the St. Clair Saints, and I'm kind of feeling like it's a St. Clair broadcast because they've been on stream so often so far. But there's one big change. They got Judgmental back in the building. The star goalie that brought them so far last season is back. And now, not just for playoffs, but for a good chunk of the season as well. Potat, what are your thoughts?
I mean, yeah, Judgmental, I saw him a whole lot a long time ago, but I mean, he's back, he's here. He's been playing in the queues a bit lately, but also he's on national rosters as well. He has been in the past, so he has a lot of experience in the game, and I think this is something that we're gonna have to look forward to because this is kind of his mini return to Mega Strikers, and I don't know how many games he's gonna play or what he's going to do, but it should be exciting because Judgmental is kind of a unexpected pick in this match.
Yeah, we're going to head right into draft here, and it hasn't been revealed yet, but this St. Clair Saints roster has another surprise. It's the return of Storm, more often known as Storm TFT. That guy's been a long-time player, was even in Nassau once, back in Nassau Season 1 West, with Zyoshi64 and J-Tang on J-Tangels with a shotgun. What a crazy roster. Unfortunately, they went 0-7, but they were in Nassau, and that's all that matters.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, yeah, so St. Clair is looking pretty promising for this match, but we also have Weston on the other side, played in Nasty the entirety of the season for Friendship, and now I think they've gotten super good in the past couple weeks, so I'm excited to see what they're able to do here. I haven't quite heard of AG or Robert Barron, but I'm excited to see what they can maybe pull off in this series as well.
Yeah, but taking a look at the draft, right, it is Glass Cannon Eject Button Luna goalie. And there's a saying that's often said, right? When Luna's out of the meta, it doesn't mean that Luna is weak. It's that Luna players aren't prominent. Judgmental back on the scene as one of those rare Luna players. Locks it in right away. But there's a lot of damage on both sides, actually. The center blowing up does mean a KO comes through early, and Weston can't hold against the 2v1, tries desperately. A good attempt on the primary, but Storm TFT will sneak it through. It was actually not Storm, it was a teammate. All good, I got distracted. You go.
Yeah, but I mean, so far already, we've seen a whole bunch of damage come out from Judgmental. Weston in particular didn't have his ultimate up that draft, so you couldn't quite get the save, get the life going back on the side of the Buffaloes, but it's definitely something that I can see more. With Atlas being picked up, we're going to see hopefully a lot more saves, a lot more lives here in this set.
Yeah, but St. Clair's really displaying that they're one of those top-tier teams in the CCL, right? They're targeting the middle of the barriers where it's awkward for Atlas to defend, and Weston can't defend everything, right? Even as the Atlas character, that center barrier, double barrier threat is just too significant here, and Weston's trying in the open net, but the question always is, how much longer can the melee goalie defend the open net because the barriers are gone?
Yeah, and I mean, at some point, if you're going to have Judgmental constantly forward, it is going to be hard with 3 forwards, and just like that, great saves from Weston. But I mean, hey, if Weston can save those, it's looking pretty promising for him.
Yeah, Robert Barron has a flip available and might be able to convert this into something. Great cyber swipe by AG, and that does mean that now the overtime core speed is unlocked for the Glass Cannon Atlas. A flip available, trying to get it past, but right to Shiro Icy, blocked away by Weston on the other end, and the defense is being kept up across up to the top side, but doesn't quite go in the goal, but the core speed keeps it up to Robert Barron. Dangerous situation for Weston, but Storm TFT doesn't have cooldowns available, but the passing plays are coming through. Storm doesn't quite get the strike there either. Big opportunity for Weston to keep it alive here as they keep it away from the slimes at the very least, but it's still such a dangerous situation for CU.
Yeah, and I mean, Weston has made some incredible saves throughout the entirety of that point, but unfortunately, it's just going to be too much. And I mean, with that Kazan has those bigger strikes, and Weston with the Atlas doesn't have as much range as you'd like, as much like kind of pressure to get this core off of your back.
Yeah, it was still a great attempt, like you said, and did extend that point quite a bit. Robert Baron and AG, of course, that cyber swipe collapse was really, really good as well from the midfielder to take the final barrier. If they could set up plays like that, that would be huge, but Weston has to flip to get out of a sticky situation. Maybe they can get a KO on Storm here, but Storm is staying alive, just barely bounced off the wall, still staying alive despite the EI rush, and this Kazan is being a little bit too survivable for this team to deal with. Finally goes down to the primary, and a big opportunity with this flip available, trying to get a passing play. Will finally cash out on the flip and right past Shiraisu, and burns the flip of Judgmental as well. Big point for CU here.
Yeah, that was some very good pressure from IG and Baron as well. They just kept the core in on that Luna goalie, who isn't great at just kind of keeping the core away. Because you can't hold it down with Luna, you just gotta hope. And that's exactly what they did. And with Robert and IG's pressure, it was not enough. It was too little too late. And the core went in.
Yeah, really, really well-timed revive coming out from Weston there, keeping the team afloat. Good strike wars as well. Weston playing very disciplined against this Kazan, a character that really punishes you if you strike too early. But as the center blows up, IG barely gets the save. Barrier still surviving for the CU Boulder Strikers here. One barrier down already. Cyber swipe attempted. Strike shots good to interrupt Storm, but Shiraisu's pushing forward. The barrier still stays alive though, and Weston manages to hold, but that's a power play for St. Clair.
Yeah, and the damage output from St. Clair is so powerful. But here we see some offense in the other direction. And now it's just kind of a game of battling blows, seeing who can push it through the other with the damage that each team has.
But Robert Baron, what a combo. Finds the primary as well, follows up onto Judgmental. Looking like a great brawler right now, but comboed by the Crater into the black hole. Good stop by AG for the moment as Judgmental goes in. The Rockets, the slimes with Weston. Saves the strike till the very end. Manages to hold once again in the open net, but there are no more resources left in the end of it all, and it is still St. Clair standing on top here. There were heroic performances from multiple members, all three members at times of CU there though, so I think they'll keep it competitive in the future. Taking a look at this draft though, what catches your eye for this Luna?
Honestly, I'm seeing Rapid Fire as my first pick, but Perfect Form is also an incredible pickup. You have a whole bunch of cooldowns. You're able to get all of those primaries, all of those ults out a lot faster. And on the other side, we see the Rapid Fire with Atlas. I think that's going to be pretty big, because Weston was able to hold a lot of those cores, was able to save so many goals against the Kazan's enlarged strike. So I'm excited to see kind of how this dynamic changes with more primaries for Weston, more defensive opportunities on that side.
And I think pretty intelligent drafting from both teams here, especially taking the stagger, right? The stagger spark on Storm TFT and the peak performance on AG are going to be very, very valuable here. Robert Baron, on the other hand, took the build different, which is a fine size awakening, but the big fish was on the board, and I think they'd be surviving a little bit more comfortably if they'd taken the big fish.
Yeah, because that big fish does not give you damage like Built Different does, but it also gives you survivability. And here we're seeing Robert with such a low health bar that is kind of dangerous, kind of threatening. You see he's almost staggered there, and I mean, this could be proved dangerous.
Yeah, dash in from Judgmental, trying to stun away Weston, but big opportunity for Robert Baron to the bottom side. Tries to mix up Judgmental, but he didn't need to mix him up. The Luna had no resources. Oh, a bit of an over-stylish play from Robert Baron there, but they'll have plenty more tries possibly. Storm TFT, though, sends it right around the expanse and makes sure that CU's point is not coming through.
Yeah, and that was such a close one, too. That hook went straight around the Atlas secondary, and Storm was able to just kind of push that in. But Storm has also been doing a lot of damage as well throughout this game, just kind of putting that pressure on Weston and making it really hard for Weston and Robert to kind of stay alive and keep the core in.
Really, really good series of strikes there from CU, but in the very end, there's so few places to strike it. Judgmental with the flip, and Storm TFT with the maddening descent closes out that point. St. Clair looking as precise as ever, and with their legacy members here, Judgmental and Storm TFT back on the field. It's a completely new team, and they're looking even stronger than before.
Yeah, and with the core flips all up here, it could prove really dangerous. We see the barrier going down, and I mean, now it's just a matter of who can hold their energy the best and whether or not we can put the core in.
Oh, flip available. Good clear by Weston to make sure Judgmental can't get the easy flip there. But a KO found by Storm. A flip now. Shiraisu passes Storm TFT. No hesitation on the passing play, making sure the goalie can't get to it at all. It's a 3-0 set in the favor of the St. Clair Saints. And once again, Storm TFT looking good in the drafting table. Has a spark already. A spark comes up. I think you'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, I think we're probably expecting a spark of focus here. This could prove pretty big for Storm TFT. That's more cooldowns for you, even more health. Storm, we already kind of saw them not really dying much more from the side of the boulders, but we are seeing that second spark now, which could prove very big. In other terms, we also have the stacks on stacks as well for Shiraisu, which on a midfielder, that's just always good. And last thing I'm kind of seeing is that stagger swagger for Robert Barron. That could help get a bit more speed, get a bit more life on the board, and maybe make it so that they're not too staggered for too much of this game.
Yeah, especially with how many times they're being hit with the black hole. I think the stagger swagger will do them a lot of good taken out here, but the revive comes through just in time and still healing up. Still speedy is Robert Barron, who needs to be the difference maker here. Finds a great strike, finds a good follow-up, and the barriers fall very, very early. A bit of miscommunication, though, and Robert Barron has possession on the top side. The glitch pop keeps it up as well. Good offense from CU, but they can't get it through. Still attempting on the top side, though. Good strikes by Robert Barron still. And now Weston in the strike war situation loses one, but the second barrier still stands.
Yeah, and we're seeing already that pressure coming out as well from the Storm with more cooldowns and more health. There's just so much pressure we're seeing. Oh, great tech there from Robert Barron. Going to put a lot more pressure on the side of St. Clair.
Yeah, that was almost enough. I think Robert Barron hesitated a little bit on the secondary, which made the combo not fully work. And now Storm and Shiro in the overtime dangerous spot as the core bounces so quickly. Now the bottom side's wide open. Weston needs to be so careful here. Robert Barron staying alive, but it's AG with the glitch pop. Wins the 1v1 versus Judgmental, and that's a fantastic goal for CU to start things off.
Oh yeah, and AG has that prime time. Might have saved them a bit there with that extra glitch pop, able to come out. Same with the one right off the bat here. And AG as well has just been helping out Robert on the offense, and they've gotten so many good plays. I've seen a whole lot of great passes already from AG, and these are quite nice to see.
Yeah, but Judgmental's going in on the offense. That's what you picked the Luna goalie for, and they are getting it done. One barrier down already, but AG in the corner looking good. Two barriers down now in the glitch pop to keep the possession forward. Still looking so tanky thanks to the peak performance. The orb denied. Weston in the corner, dangerous spot, and the barrier will indeed fall, but good clears keep it away from the slimes. But Shiro's there in everyone's face with the Juno, and a passing play up. Judgmental building up meter, but it's AG right there with the cyber swipe, and CU with a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and AG, as I said earlier, is just providing so much pressure. They're level 7 right now, which means they've been hitting the core a lot. And they've just been able to work with Robert, and especially with those cyber swipes, we've seen a lot of really good ability usage coming out from IG in a very short amount of time, just like that glitch pop we saw.
Yeah, now in an awkward spot here, but that's a lot of damage being pumped onto Storm, who is 2 sparks with resilience, so is quite tanky here as Shiraisu goes in. The barrier still standing for Weston. But with Judgmental having flip, you cannot let up the pressure if you're CU right now.
Yeah, and we're just seeing so much pressure from CU, but also it's kind of dangerous because they don't have as offensive of a goalie, and Judgmental, when he's by himself, can get in a bad spot.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Judgmental with meter available. Shiraisu with 2 bars as well. But Robert Barron, the perfect DI rush through too. And so much damage onto Shiraisu as well. AG can't quite keep the dribbles up, but the job has almost been done here. So much meter on the Aimi. Robert Barron burns the flip. Dangerous spot for St. Clair though. And this Aimi just looking for one chance to flip here. A little bit too far from the net and easily deflected by Storm TFT. But the cyber swipe comes in not quite enough to get past Judgmental here. And Storm's keeping the pressure. But still such an awkward place to be for CU. The rotations back on defense are so difficult here.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of pressure this time coming out from St. Clair, and they're just trying to use these flips in a good spot. Just make sure they're using them well, but unfortunately no flip came out there.
Yeah, what a cyber swipe. I did not expect that particular angle. Judgmental too. Not getting there with the dash. No flip. And AG, what a point. Extra special is the reward. Denying it away from the Luna as well. But it is a bit rough that the timeless also shows up in the same draft. So that 1-2 combination is a little bit dead here.
Yeah, on the other side though, we are seeing a missile prop coming out for Judgmental. That's going to prove really dangerous because that's more pressure that Judgmental is going to be able to use. Heavy Impact I'm not seeing going to do too much, but we are seeing a triple spark for Storm TFT, which is going to be really big here because that's more damage too. That might work to kind of negate what Robert Baron got with the Stagger Swagger previously. And outside of the Atlas Live, there's not a whole lot they can really do to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, I definitely gotta agree. I think Weston misdrafted by going timeless there. I think they should have double denied the spark. Now Storm is going to be such a menace, but maybe it won't matter if Robert Baron and AG are looking fantastic on the offense.
Oh.
Strike warring everybody as Robert Baron doesn't even need the dash downwards and see you look like a different team.
Oh my gosh, Robert Baron just did so much work that point. Just got it through Judgmental on both barriers and was able to just push the core into the net pretty quickly there. I'm not sure how long that point was, but it was very short, and we're already seeing some more pressure coming out.
Yeah, AG has been fantastic on the follow-ups here. Judgmental trying to do the same, but the Luna dash is a little bit more telegraphed as Weston struggles to defend here. Storm finds the rebound, and Judgmental helps out as well. It's the St. Clair offense coming through now. Storm TFT to the bottom side. The Slime's a threat, and the goalie taken out. The missile prop Luna finding value here with the Rockets. Weston gone for 6 more seconds, and another KO found by Judgmental. AG alone in the net, and it will be a simple hook into strike for Storm TFT. It's 1-1 now. St. Clair kind of tempering our enthusiasm as they try to close this one out.
I mean, yeah, they took that. They lost that first point. They lost their first set of the game, and then Judgmental got missile prop, which as a Luna player, that's basically the best thing you can get. And we've already seen, we saw 2 kills there, left IG by themselves in that net, and we just saw that pressure coming out so quickly. And now it's just up to Judgmental to keep that pressure going.
Robert Baron now looking on the top side, trying to find an opportunity, and Storm and Shiraisu so much better available. Same with Judgmental. The energy economy in the favor of St. Clair Saints by so much here. Judgmental looking for a flip opportunity, ejects back, the timer runs out, and now with this flip, Storm TFT looking to win the 1v1 here, finds the dribbles around, but good defense still by CU, keeping the core away as much as possible, but that's a flip in front of the net. Storm TFT looking to close this one out, and Judgmental will get a double KO as well to reset even more energy. Of course, the flip was expended, but with 1 point potentially left in this game, I think St. Clair are looking to close this one out quickly.
Yeah, and we're seeing Judgmental once more just feeling really good about coming in, playing up, and being the third forward that St. Clair is using to their advantage really effectively here. We saw that flip take out Weston, and now we might see them just take out Weston without the flip.
Yeah, they got to be really careful if CU is going to win the game, and with the brawler gone, it's looking a little bit more difficult. Trying to find an angle with the firewall sentry. It helps out somewhat defensively. Now flip available. Weston good strikes to keep the barrier up, and a good flip aim towards the bottom side to at least get 1 barrier, but AG's got to be careful here on Death's Door. Any ability will do it at this point. Walking around, watch out for the black hole though. That Aimi still in danger. Finally heals up just enough, and CU have recovered, but there's so many slimes barely getting out of there as Weston, and the combo not quite killing AG. Big opportunity for the CU Boulder Strikers here as they stay alive.
Yeah, and staying alive is kind of the name of the game here. Weston currently staggered and gets saved by his own Atlas Resurrect. That's going to prove really useful here as he's able to keep defending the net. And we're just seeing a whole lot of good defensive plays, a whole lot of life plays from the entire side of the Buffaloes, and I'm really liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, but I think Weston could have gotten a little bit more healing here. Is about to be taken out, finally hooked away, and that's 11 seconds without the goalie, without the Atlas. Judgmental forced to burn the dash though, big for CU. Forwards in the net, can they hold? The flip wasted, but the strikes are good. Robert Baron wins another strike war, and Weston respawns. What a hold by CU. The Buffalo keep it going, find the barrier, and they're trying to make a huge turnaround here.
Yeah, and they're playing to their life so well. Even with Weston gone, they had 2 flips. They used them wisely, and they opened up the barrier for St. Clair. And now we're seeing them just try and put this core in the net, keep themselves alive in this game.
Still a dangerous spot, but the glitch pop sends the core so quickly. Goes to Storm TFT, but the hook doesn't reach. Not enough size, but Storm is in there with the power. Overtime, 3 sparks, spark of strength, and St. Clair close out the first game.
Yeah, and we saw a whole lot of great plays from both sides. Weston was holding like a champ. We saw some incredible breakout plays from AG, just getting Judgmental off guard, using that glitch pop, using that cyber swipe, and getting the core in the net. And we also saw some incredible strike wars, some incredible pressure from Robert Barron, but unfortunately it was too little, too late. Judgmental was able to get his hands on that missile prop, and that's when the game kind of felt like it was over. Judgmental just got so many kills and was able to do so much. Same with Storm. Storm getting that 3rd spark was really dangerous for them, for the side of the Buffaloes, because I mean, with that triple spark, you have so much more damage. We saw Weston, Robert, and AG getting taken off the board so often that last set. It was pretty crazy. But here we're gonna go into game 2, not too late from now. And I mean, yeah, I was just really impressed by the kind of St. Clair holding it down until Judgmental could play 3rd forward even more. And Storm and Shiro did a great job of just keeping that core into Weston's net.
Yeah, and taking a look at the map draft, the next map is Taiko Temple. A bit of a modern classic, that map is. A lot of teams opting to go for it. CU will be blue side here. What picks do you think will be the same? What picks do you think will be different heading into this next map?
I mean, just seeing Judgmental, I'd imagine we're probably going to get the same Luna goalie as we got in the first game. I wouldn't be surprised. Judgmental is not known for much else, but granted, they are a very good goalie player nonetheless. So I'd imagine any more defensive goalie that they pull out, because you don't have as much space with that Luna goalie. You want a wide open map like Autumn City and like Atlas's Lab. There's a lot more space for you to do stuff. But on this map like Taiko Temple, you have that middle bouncy castle. And so it becomes a lot harder to kind of play defensive. So I'm interested in seeing what Judgmental's going to pick. We could either get the Luna or we could see a much more defense-oriented goalie. And honestly, I'm expecting the Weston Atlas again. It did very well in that first game, and it just, if you win the strikes, you're going to do pretty well. So I think that's what we're going to see from Weston, maybe Judgmental as well.
Yeah, and now that we can see a bit of the awakenings here, Twin Drive and peak performance. I think CU is going to be pretty happy seeing that peak performance on the board after the end game of the previous game. Extra survivability would have done them a lot of good as they ban away the Octavia. I do think your assessment is correct. We're probably going to see the Atlas once again for Weston unless it's banned away. And I think first picking the Atlas is pretty important here because I think Judgmental will deny it away immediately if it is not first picked.
I don't really like that Mako ban because Weston is known very well for his Atlas goalie. I'm pretty sure that's just going to be our first pick here. We'll wait, we'll see, but I'm pretty sure that's just going to be a lock. I'm interested in the Octavia ban. They might have just looked at Shiro Isu's most recent Corestrike history, because, I mean, they banned out the Octavia, but we will see Weston's Atlas pick here just going to be locked in. So it's going to be a pretty hold it down type game from what I'm looking at.
Yeah, and of course, I do like that priority. Weston has defended quite well on that pick in the past, of course, but a lot of the difference is in the forward matchups here, and I do like how CU played their forward matchups. I liked how the IME was being played, the follow-ups, and all of that. But this time, St. Clair are bringing the Asher to the table, not the Kazan. That's going to mix things up quite a bit. That could also go in the goalie role, too, if they're feeling a little spicy. But I'd like to believe, at least for the moment, that is for Storm TFT. And with the IME pick as well, that Shiro Isu has played for so long. That's both a great pick and a great deny against TU.
Yeah, that IME pick for Shiraisu is what I've seen a whole lot in the queues. Maybe not right now, but a lot in the past when Shiraisu was more active in the queues. I was definitely seeing that IME pick a whole lot. From the other side, though, we do see Estelle and Rasmus. So they're going to go and just try and push it straight through, use those stuns on the Estelle and Rasmus against Judgmental's Luna here once more. And I think this could prove pretty dangerous. It's going to be another sort of just kill or get scored on at some point for the side of St. Clair. Because, I mean, Judgmental is an incredible goalie as usual, but at some point those strikes just stop working and you might need a more hold it down kind of goalie, especially against these more core control, stunning oriented characters that we're seeing here with the Rasmus and the Estelle.
Yeah, Rasmus and Estelle, what a duo. I think recently priority on the forward Rasmus pick by itself has dropped quite a bit, right? I think the opinion on that has gone down a little bit. But when these two picks are combined, there's so much hit stun potential, so much threat, especially against the ranged goalie with little defensive tools like you mentioned, like the Luna. So as long as CU can display the same coordination they displayed in the previous game, I'm really liking this for them.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Rasmus and Estelle separately are not the greatest of offensive characters, especially in the meta right now. There's a lot to be desired. However, with Weston and with the goalie matchup, I think this could prove pretty interesting because Atlas Weston has that twin drive as well. Is going to be able to use that throughout the whole game. But we're also seeing, Luna might just get outstruck, out core controlled, which could be pretty dangerous for St. Clair here.
Yeah, it's once again a game that depends on damage, but this time peak performance has arrived. Weston and Judgmental, the two goalies, the only ones to go twin drive, and that is definitely the correct choice here, given how strong peak performance is, that extra survivability and speed is, and the possibility of scaling what that spark of stagger is in this meta. Storm already taking a beating in the corner, but thanks to that peak performance can continue fighting without worrying too much. Same goes for Robert Barron as well on the other end. But this overwhelming corner pressure is somehow defended away by Weston to start.
Okay, and I mean, that's what we're going to be able to see with that twin drive Atlas especially. We're going to see a lot more defensive kind of corner hold it down plays. But whenever the goal barrier opens up for Weston, it could be pretty scary for him because there's a lot of space in that net and a lot of space that you can't cover.
Just like that, Shiraisu finds the goal on the rebound. Those bounces are going to require a lot of defensive assistance from your other forwards as well, especially if they're like Rasmus and Estelle that can rotate a lot quicker than, let's say, the Asher. But of course, the Asher also excels in the midfield interactions on this map, so forced to defend will also be doing quite well.
Yeah, and once again, we're seeing here just the Atlas is able to hold it down, keep the defensive going, unless, unfortunately, the strike shot's going to miss a little bit. And we are going to see just the defensive capabilities of that Atlas, but on the other side, the lack of defensive capabilities from Luna.
Yeah, just like that, with the double barrier, and Weston finding a perfect strike war here. Another strike war. Robert Barron doesn't find the timing there. Good to wait to try and avoid the crater, but you got to strike it at some point. 2-0 up are the St. Clair Saints.
Yeah, that was a pretty concerning point. However, St. Clair Saints did lose 2 of their core flips through that point. They only have Shiro Isu's flip now. And on the other side, for the Buffaloes, we are seeing 3 flips pretty much about to get coming up here. And so that could prove pretty dangerous.
That definitely could here. Flip available for Robert Barron and AG in just a second, like you were mentioning. Pushing up the corner, trying to find the crossfire into the corner, but Judgmental, good clear away. And a KO found with a combo onto the Brawler. Storm TFT out of the building. A flip available for Robert Barron to the top side. And the Luna Dash will not be enough to match the core speed. It's 1-2 now in CU. They've kept pace throughout these first 2 games so far.
Yeah, CU did lose that first game in a 3-1 loss, but they are looking super strong coming into the second game. They're able to keep the core away from their net pretty effectively with that twin drive on Atlas especially. And if they can just keep holding it down, and maybe getting a few kills here and there. They're looking pretty good in this game.
Yeah, although that expanse backfired there, they still managed to get out with one barrier at the very least, and a good primary from Weston will keep it away. Robert Barron helping out as well, but now the core goes to the bottom side, the twin drive kicking in, just like you mentioned, and one barrier taken, but Robert Barron should have probably angled that a little bit, right? The directly forward shot kind of gave possession over to St. Clair, and now they're thriving with it. You give possession over to the Luna goalie team, they say thank you.
Yeah, and they take that core as far as it can go. They're only 1 point away from winning this first set, and maybe just getting an awakening that can turn the tides of the game. And there we go, we see the flip coming out. Now we're heading into the draft, and this could prove detrimental to CU's chances, because if that Asher gets something good, it could be really threatening.
Oh yeah, they're gonna have good opportunities to deny here, but there's so many good awakenings in the draft that some will slip through in the end. To start a spark scaling perhaps on the board as well, that might be a very, very good pick later on in the draft, right?
Oh yeah, that size, that sparks, it could all prove to be very scalable here. We are going to see some crazy picks. I think specialized training in particular on Judgmental is going to be really good for their damage. Against those peak performances, it might be a bit weird. But we're also seeing Robert Barron starting that spark scaling, which could end up scaling pretty big, getting them something pretty strong going.
Yeah, but that's going to depend on the future drafts and if CU can survive long enough to really get that on the board here. Robert Barron sending it forward, trying to find a clear bounce, but Weston gets the clear once again. Storm not quite in position, but Judgmental just creates a position to be in. Both barriers fall. St. Clair, their offense is really being enabled by this Luna, and now Shiro Isu in the midfield sends it around to Storm TFT to the top corner, and Storm, incredible patience to not strike it there until the very end, just waits for the bounces to land in the perfect spot.
Yeah, and I mean, we are seeing a lot of pressure coming out from Storm here. With that Demolitionist on Asher, you're going to have a lot more size, and two of your three abilities do scale based on size, so that's going to be pretty important here. But we are seeing some non-size having characters kind of getting a little ripped up by the offense from St. Clair, or from CU.
Yeah, CU pushing forward now. AG trying to find an opportunity to still blink in perhaps here. Big opportunity, a good flip by Judgmental to defuse the situation, and a flip by Weston. Struck War by Storm TFT. That was just a full outplay, but Storm, no, that's a misplay. Uses the passive barrier of the Asher primary to nullify, but it doesn't matter when Judgmental's in there with the coverage rocket. The point still goes to St. Clair despite a bit of a flip incident from Storm.
Yeah, but I mean, we're seeing a pretty weird game so far. We are going to be getting into this next point, and I mean, I'm seeing a whole lot of just defensive plays coming out from the side of CU. And I mean, it doesn't matter though. It might not change things too much if St. Clair is able to just keep this offense going.
Yeah, I think CU just needs to figure out a way to keep possession. It's not about the individual pushes. It's not about individually finding the barriers. It's about keeping the possession in your hand so the Luna can't fly over and over and find opportunities. And now, once again, it goes on to AG, who finds one barrier, keeps it up in the corner, tries to find a bounce to Robert Barron here, but it slips past the Storm, who finds a perfect shot, burning the flip. Now they have to get this barrier, but without possession in their hands, it just goes to Shiro Iso. Perfect passing play between the forwards of St. Clair, and they take another set in 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, and I mean, St. Clair is just going to get more and more opportunities to scale. We are going to see Robert Barron as well, in the end, might not be able to get the chance to stack any more sparks on their character. We saw it on Storm, but we might not be seeing it on the other team's side. However, we will see a bit of fight or flight on Storm TFT, which gives them more movement speed, lets them control the core, kind of keep the pressure going even more in this game, and we are going to see a spark of focus fall down to Robert Barron. This could be the start of some kind of scaling, but they do need to win this set in order to keep themselves in the game.
And importantly, Shiro Isu denied the spark of agility. That means Robert Barron's lack of speed will really come in here, as Mega Strikers is in large part a game about speed. So I think that's a very, very smart deny there, even though you're not denying a spark entirely. Just being able to control the speed of the other team is so important, and Storm TFT staying alive here is also so important. AG keeping possession up for the moment, but Storm in position on the top side, and once again, St. Clair looking so comfortable.
Yeah, and we are seeing just St. Clair is able to get the core into the net when it counts. Just like that, they open up the barrier, but I mean, if they're able to keep the offensive power going, if Luna's able to go forward just like we're seeing there, I think it might be in the wraps, but we could definitely see CU here pulling out some tricks from their book and maybe getting some offensive plays back going against St. Clair here.
Oh, they're trying, but now the hotshot Luna is activated, sends the core to the top side, and Weston zoned away completely. All three members of St. Clair combine to make this point theirs, and I think we're kind of seeing a lot of veterancy as well from St. Clair, right? All three of these players are long-term players. Storm and Shiraisu since the beginning of launch have really just been competitive, and of course Judgmental has reached some of the higher heights of competitive Omega Strikers, winning multiple very stacked tournaments as well. Had a period of time when they were absolutely dominant. And on the other side, CU, they're making great individual plays, but look at the team play coming out from St. Clair.
Yeah, and I mean, building off of what you're saying, we're seeing a lot more like just veteran sort of plays, veteran game knowledge coming out from St. Clair, and the only real player that's been in the scene for a long time has been Weston here, and they're pretty new to the scene anyways, or I'm just bad, but I mean, it is really just a matchup of veterans versus relatively new players here.
Yeah, but CU still performing quite admirably so far, trying to resist in the corner once again, getting it out of there for now. Big opportunity as they find the bounces off the center drum, the rebounds through, a good strike shot from Weston to try and keep it alive here, but Shiraisu and Storm are converging in the corner, and with the barrier falling with so much damage onto Weston with a passing play all the way around the world, it looks like St. Clair are bearing in on the end of this game. The barriers do open up though, big opportunity for Robert Barron, perhaps it goes to Storm, this time not affected, the pass splitter zones away Weston for the moment, and a flip available for Judgmental, cleared away once again, but Storm gets one last hand on the core, and that will be St. Clair advancing to 3-1 in the regular season.
Yeah, and this was such a strong play from St. Clair. We did see them feeling a little too comfortable in that last point, with them just kind of leaving Judgmental alone in the net, but Judgmental was able to lose one barrier and then keep the core out of their net. So that's pretty much all that matters here. We do see Judgmental getting that MVP for the game. And I mean, St. Clair just had so much pressure. They were able to get their scaling going early, and they were able to play to their strengths very well.
Yeah, it was very, very well played, don't get me wrong, from CU. But a lot of the finer details, a lot of the passing plays, the synergy, the possession keeping was just overwhelming in favor of the St. Clair Saints. A wonderful performance from that team that's seeded number 4 for a reason, right? Like, these guys made it so far in last season's playoffs. They are consistent. These are names that you have to take into account when you're trying to make the run towards playoffs here. And I think that if CU just plays more, they could really contend, because I was pleasantly surprised by the forward duo of CU, especially in the first game. There were moments where they were synergizing on certain plays really, really well, like the follow-up cyber swipes. That's just great to see.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing with CU is something that we've seen on stream with Fairfield in past weeks. Two players that you don't really expect a whole lot out of because they feel relatively new to the game, but they're doing so well. Robert Barron and AG played so well together, and they were able to get a lot of goals that I didn't really expect to come out, just kind of out of nowhere. And so I'm very excited to see how they do for the rest of the season. They are, I believe, 2-2 now, so they've already won 2 series. They just lost their second, so they still got some really good opportunities here in the future. And I mean, I could see them all making it to playoffs if they just keep working at it. They did really well despite the interesting count of goals at the end, but I mean, they looked really strong there.
Yeah, bit of a jump scare from the ghosts of SCC's past, but good try by the CU Boulder Strikers. Great win by the St. Clair Saints. We'll be right back with another series. The Auburn Gauntlet approaches. Don't go anywhere. It's a bit of a bonus round. We're back. We're here with the start of the Auburn second. I was about to say second, third. Second and third. Wait, how do you say like the second, third, and a third?
The second. Would you just like multiply them maybe? I'm not too sure.
Because like when it's a second half, you can say the second half.
The second. Oh shoot! It is third, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the second and third featuring Auburn A and Auburn B. Here we have Auburn A. They're against the UCF Rods, and both these teams are 2-1 currently. We're heading right into character select for the first game. We're on Night Market, and we will be seeing Tiger Slasher appearing with Paranor and Viper on crit for Auburn A. And Tiger Slasher, a bit of a known quantity, right?
Yeah, definitely. Tiger Slasher actually subbed for me in a tournament not too long ago. I know Tiger Slasher does have some skill in their name. I'm interested though, because I haven't actually seen the Now goalie at all. So this Now goalie is very fun to play, I'm going to be honest. She's so fun. However, it is also a pick that you don't see too often because she's a bit like Atlas, except she doesn't have any of what Atlas has that makes him good. She doesn't have any like big creations that can just stay there. She has her secondary, she has her primary, so it's a bit interesting of a character to play, but I'm definitely interested in seeing how Tiger Slasher is going to play this. However, we do also have quite a few other players here, and we're going to get straight into the game.
Yeah, I've definitely seen Nats 18, Pewis, and Diamond in various other tournaments before. That's always a good sign, of course, if you're into CCL and you do have that kind of past experience. And right now we're seeing some very calm strikes coming out from Diamond on the defensive end. And of course the Now goalie does have one upside versus the Atlas, and that is speed and mobility, right? Being able to lifeline forward to teammates, maybe find an eject button play without having to take eject button. That's definitely the main strength, and of course speeding up the team, healing the team from range.
Yeah, definitely. But right here we are seeing some of its lack in defense as both of the barriers have gone down, and now we're just seeing Pewis and Nats 18 working together to try and get this core in the net. Something interesting to note though as well is that Nats 18 and Pewis have actually been duo queuing. They played a couple games yesterday, just getting some solo queue matches in, or I guess duo queue in their case. So they're pretty warmed up, I'd imagine. They got some games, and now they're ready to maybe take these core and put it in the net.
Oh, but the damage is overwhelming here, and it will lead to the first KO, and that's why we've seen Centauro have a slightly lower priority in recent times, right? The low stagger bar does mean that you are extra vulnerable to being taken off the map compared to something like an X. Viper on the other end, looking very, very healthy, just hitting everybody, but Nat's coming back, and the barriers are still open. Viper's going to have to be on point against this Asher here. Diamond still managing to hold with the pauldrons, not having to worry about the damage as much.
Yeah, and both goalies here do have their flip-up. Diamond gonna have to use that to save the core, but we're gonna see Viper on crit just push it through, doing what X does best. Just taking that core, standing right on top of the other team's goalie, and just putting that core, pushing it straight through. And I think that's gonna be what they're gonna try and do for most of this game. Just get it to Viper, have Viper stand basically on Diamond, and just get this core going through the other team.
Right, looking for a passing play forward now. The corner offense coming through, but one of the downsides of that corner offense is that you expose yourself to a lot of damage as Paranor has to retreat, and the offense fades for Auburn A. They got to find a way to get this barrier here, and the timing's just not there because Diamond and Pewis play the barrier beam, play the defense, but Viper finds a KO in the midst of it all. The chip damage coming through in a big way, and Diamond's low as well. The orb denied, and KOing the goalie's a big win condition here. They don't even need it. They just got the flip.
Yeah, and those flips though, now that they don't have any, this could be pretty dangerous. However, we have seen Viper and Crit didn't need the flip for that first point either, and they've just been able to push it through the other team. So I'm looking to see maybe Viper and Crit just continuing to do what they have been doing and just push the core right through Diamond. Asher goalie is pretty defensive, but if you got an X in your face, it's pretty hard to do too much.
Yeah, just like that, Viper gets it done. The X Maximus makes it happen against Diamond. 3-0 Auburn A, looking good after the first set. And of course, if the X is winning the first set, that is a bad sign for the other team.
Yeah, definitely. And now we're seeing Sai as the first of it fall onto the board. X just in general scales really well with Sais, and I think with that heavy impact is going to be pretty dangerous here. We are also going to see a stacks on stacks pickup. Era, not too common in the meta, but if they can get that speed, get that stacks on stacks going, we can maybe see some more speed, maybe some more core control from them. And as well, we also see Nats 18 picking up that big fish, something we didn't see in the previous series. Now you're going to have more stagger to work with against a player like Viper on Crit with that X.
They're gone! Pewis finds the perfect NATO, finding both the forwards, and this point is as good as over. All they need is one passing opportunity against Tiger here, who is alone in the net, but finding the strikes, they're sending it to Tiger a little bit too much, and the defense comes through. The 1v3 is saved, and they get away from Pewis as well. Auburn A hold on despite the overwhelming 1v3. Tiger plays the situation perfectly, but oversteps a little bit against Nats, and that will be the goal going in regardless.
That was some incredible defense from Tiger Slasher there. Unfortunately, though, it just wasn't quite enough to handle against the Era and the Zentaro. But, I mean, as you said, that was an incredible tornado. It rendered me pretty speechless for a second there. I made you take over. But, I mean, hey, that was some pretty insane plays from both sides. And I think Pewis is going to be looking to get more of those plays, more of those NATO kills, if as much as possible during the set.
But can't do that when you're off the map. The damage stacks up. Paranor has been very good at focusing with that snipe from Estelle, finding the damage target and making sure they can't regen. And now Diamond looking lonely in the net. Tiger Slasher walking up with the night market speed, playing this now goalie, kind of like an Era goalie in some ways, and with that additional speed has plenty of leeway here, but the flip will KO the other brawler. Tiger Slasher makes it a trade though, and that's a big play to make sure this offense isn't overwhelming coming out from the rods. Oh, and Paranor, what an opportunity. That's 1-1 now.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking like a midfield and goalie play kind of there, and I wasn't expecting a whole lot to come out of that, but Paranoia with the incredible lineup just got the core straight past Diamond and Pewis on that defensive line, and now they are looking at a 1-1 in terms of points here, and Viper on Crit already getting those barriers open.
Yeah, trying to find another opportunity here. Pewis very, very low, and once again, Paranor putting on the chip damage. Diamond's going to have to defend here and manages to flip it away, but that's a resource gone as Pewis still incredibly low, and Nats trying to win the strike interactions, but the strike primary from now is so powerful. Finally, the barrier will go down, and the rods will find an opportunity, but not before the midfielder falls once again.
Yeah, and I don't typically see Era midfield too often in this meta, as I've said earlier, but I mean, Pewis is doing super well with Nats to just work on kind of lining that core up, getting it in a great spot for that corner pressure, and just opening up the barriers of Tiger Slasher here in this game. But unfortunately, it's going to be hard to line up pressure when your forward's off the map.
Looking for a dribble now is Paranor down to Viper. They can't link up with the strikes just yet, but the hit stun's perfect from Viper to make sure that barrier falls. This Auburn offense is looking very, very competent right now. Looking coordinated, looking on point, looking to keep possession to the top side, but Tiger Slasher now in a dangerous spot, but they get it past Pewis, and the snipe is so fast, Viper can't get the strike afterwards, but it's still a great play with the bell ringer. A little bit of danger for Tiger Slasher though, but the secondary will interrupt, and now Viper pushing forward once again. Paranor snipe forward. This time Diamond's up there in time, but Viper once again finds the bell ringer into a dribble, into a shot, and another lead for Auburn A.
Yeah, and I've said this a couple times now, but Viper on Crit with that size, with that X, is going to have so much pressure on Diamond. Unfortunately, the Asher goalie just doesn't have as much range as you really want to force it through this Viper X here. But, I mean, we're also seeing the size from Viper, just pulling out so many offensive opportunities and just getting the core just straight around Diamond.
Yeah, Viper finding the dribbles, finding the flip, into the barrier beam, though. Great defense by Diamond, and with those pauldrons has a lot of size to work with, but Tiger Slasher's making sure the barriers do not even have a chance of falling here, and that's so incredibly low with all of the chip that's coming out from Auburn right now. The shrink is good from Pewis, though, trying to win the 1v1. One barrier falling, and Viper in a dangerous spot. Diamond dribbling off the center. Bit of a dangerous spot still for UCF, but they get out of there. The NATO is perfect from Pewis, and the barrier almost taken as well.
Yeah, and this pressure that we're seeing here from Pewis and Nats is really something that we want to keep seeing, because Pewis has had some incredible tornadoes so far, but they just gotta get it through this defensive side from Paranor and Tiger Slasher, and once they can do that, they're gonna be set and golden.
Viper pushing forward once again in the core speed. This time means the barrier goes down. Big opportunity for the Rods here to turn this one around, but the core speed all the way to the other side. Diamond with a good deflection. Paranor looking for an interruption, but denied, and Pewis with a flip will outspeed Tiger Slasher to the top corner there. It's a 0.5 situation and a big opportunity for UCF Rods to really get it done here.
Yeah, and that first set was looking really strong for the side of Auburn, but here we're seeing Pewis and Nats working really to get well together and just opening up these barriers. But here in 0.5, this is where it all goes down. X has the chance to scale if they win the set, but at the same time we could see Era maybe get Monumentalist, Nats maybe get a Dash Awakening, and this could change the game, flip it on its head, and make this game go so much better for the UCF.
Flip available now. Barrier beam waited out, and a crossfire with Paranor backing up with the snipe shot once again. Tiger Slasher up to Paranor, looking for the passing play to Viper, interrupted by Pewis. Great strike in the midfield coming out from the Era as Nats finds the primary as well. Nats going in once again, deflected away by Tiger Slasher. The strike discipline up to Paranor. The passing plays all the way forward, but the snipe barely doesn't connect into the goal here, and the UCF Rods survive one more point.
Yeah, and we're seeing Tiger Slasher and Auburn just do an incredible job of forcing the damage onto the offensive side of UCF whenever possible. During all of those offensive attacks, we're always seeing damage getting dumped into the forward pressure, and this is doing super well and is able to just kind of keep the pressure going and keep the goals not scored.
Yeah, Paranor looking for an opportunity here as Viper healed up just in time. Healed up all the way to the unstaggered state. Paranor on the top side looking for a snipe opportunity. We've seen so many from this Estelle, but the core is stuck on the bottom end. So much core speed, though, backed up by the sentry drones from Tiger Slasher. Bit of danger here for Viper, but not as much danger as Nats, who's already been taken out in the back of the net. Good clears by Diamond so far, but the top side of the goal is body blocked by the massive X. It's a big set win for Auburn here as they advance to 2-0.
Yeah, Auburn getting that second set, which can prove incredibly useful here. We are going to see some very interesting awakenings here. Extra special on Era could be pretty dangerous, same with Castellast, and with both forwards on the side of UCF getting like the second priority, we're going to see some interesting awakenings. However, we are seeing Paranor getting the Stagger Swagger, which is going to prove useful, keeps it away from the offensive side duo of Nats and Pewis, and this is a very interesting draft.
Yeah, it definitely is a pretty interesting draft here. Pewis to Nats looking for an opportunity, but I don't know. Like you said, it's I don't think it's going to be enough. Of course, they get two barriers here, but it's all about the damage right now.
Yeah, and something you did point out, though, in another, in a previous game, the speed is a pretty big thing in this game, especially, and now Nats does have that big fish and peak performance, so we're seeing a lot of speed, a lot more than you really want the other teams in Taro to have, but it might just not be useful enough quite yet.
Yeah, and Viper sinks it in there for an easy first goal. Paranor, of course, so reliable in the midfield here. And with that Stagger Swagger, that additional speed, like you were mentioning, is going to be a big difference maker. Of course, Nat's a little bit more tanky, but it needs to survive still because this damage is going to prevent the regen and slowly stack up.
Yeah, and I mean, Nats took a lot of damage, but they're not really going to be able to get killed too easily here. And so it's really just going to be about getting the core around, getting the core away from Nats. Because if Nats is able to get the speed, Nats is going to stay alive unless they get caught by a stray hit off the side. And so it's really just a matter of who can take out the other team first and who can get the pressure going.
But I think there's one team that's been taking out the other a lot more reliably here, and it is indeed Auburn A. Pewis builds up the flip, and Viper finds themselves quite low on the bottom end, but Nats was staggered until just a little bit ago. Now a flip available for Pewis. Oh, Pewis, what a fake out with the bewitching beam, but it's not enough to get past Tiger Slasher, who has seen such tricks before. And now Paranoir continuing to send the core forward, winning strike war after strike war in the midfield, keeping the core forward, but deflected away by the barrier beam once again.
Yeah, and I mean, the defensive plays from both of these sides have been super strong, super cool to see, but it doesn't matter quite enough as that core is going to go sliding past Tiger Slasher with the NATO to follow it up, and we're going to see UCF getting their points. They have a really good shot at bringing this game back from the 2-0, and I've been looking forward to maybe seeing it happen.
Absolutely. Nats one barrier down already. Pewis and Nats combining, and a strike war win. Awkward spot for Tiger Slasher, not big enough with the Among Titans to catch the core there. Big point for the UCF Rods to try and keep themselves afloat in this game.
Super fast 11-second goal, and we're seeing just Pewis has that 150 stacks that they need in order to keep running, keep sprinting along through this field, and they're getting the first barrier as well for their troubles. And if they can just keep the pressure going, they have all the speed in the world. If they can just keep the pressure alive, it could be very useful.
Yeah, the key word there is alive, though, and with that KO, it's a big opportunity for the Auburn A squad here. Finding a perfect shot is Paranoir, though. Perfectly down to the bottom barrier, doesn't get distracted by the defense, and now Pewis is so low. Viper finds the pickup on the pass. The awareness from all three members of Auburn right now is really coming through, but Nats so massive. Tiger Slasher wins the interaction with the primary. Another KO comes through as well. And of course, that now goalie being able to make up that lack of size with the secondary is so useful here to take the Among Titans, take the additional speed, give your team some size. And Viper's looking quite massive at the moment. A flip through, forcing out the flip from Diamond, and a perfect strike shot from Tiger Slasher as well to save the barrier.
Yeah, and I mean, UCF need to stay alive in order to win this, but we're seeing so much damage. Viper and Paranoir working so well together to just knock out the offensive side of UCF, and we're seeing it kind of coming out in full force here. Both barriers are down for UCF, and we could see a goal here if UCF isn't too careful.
Tiger Slasher down to the bottom corner. The triangle disappears just in time, though, to prevent that core speed from continuing. Viper low, but Nats even further low, staggered all the way. And if they could find one combo onto Nats, that could be a big striker advantage and maybe the point, maybe evening it up all the way. And Nats finally goes down. Viper with a great kill there on the bottom end. And now a passing play down to the Estelle. A blink forward. The barrier beam says no and takes the barrier on the other side. Viper now needs to find an opportunity, but it's deflected away once again. A flip available, deflected by Diamond. And Nats and Pewis are back, have a flip, and need to find something here before it gets out of control.
Yeah, and get out of control might be what happens here, because we are seeing Nats and Pewis having so much pressure on the other side, but in a reversal, the flip coming out and then pushing it just straight to Viper on Crit, who wins the strike war with Diamond, gets it just straight around that Asher strike, and ties up the points. We could see the game end right here.
Yeah, this could be the end of the first game in very quick fashion and dominant fashion from Auburn A. Right now, both barriers taken, though. The UCF Rods will not go down that easily. Pewis in the 1v1, an early strike, a dribble by Tiger Slasher. What a brilliant angle. The double dribble on the top end to make sure Pewis could not catch up with the core. And now Viper and Paranoir are just fighting desperately to keep this point alive, to keep this set alive. A back pass perfectly timed by the Estelle as well, but Viper is so incredibly low right now. They need to take care of Nats as soon as possible before the Centauro can get in position. But Nats is staying alive just barely.
Yeah, and I mean, if Nats is able to stay alive, that's so much pressure that they can keep for themselves. However, Peewis, with the stacks on stacks, is doing such a great job of just, while Nats is getting bullied by Viper and Paranor, is able to just keep the core on the other team's side, just keep the pressure away from their side, and if Nats can get fully healed here, which Nats is unstaggered now, we might be able to see them score at this point, win the set for themselves, and maybe get some scaling going.
The midfield's being clogged up though. Tiger Slash is having a very easy time because Paranoir is just doing so much work, so much speed though, forcing a flip out of Tiger Slasher. Dangerous spot to be in. The core speed slows down as well, but Pewitz is so incredibly low. Nats' flip, that Zentaro could end the set right now. Dribbling forward, a flip available to the top side, but Tiger Slasher predicts it. A flip available for Diamond. Doesn't even need it, passing up to Nats, who sinks it in despite the power play for Auburn A, and it will be another set in this game.
That was incredible, because with Peewis taken out there, that was all of the stacks on stacks. I think if the point had gone on any longer, if Diamond and Nats hadn't pushed it through there, that would have been, I think, game over. But in exchange, Nats is going to get that perfect form pickup, and we're also going to see 1-2 punch on Diamond, getting X off of their back maybe a little bit. And Peewis now has, or Nats now has all of the cooldowns that they could ever possibly want in order to maybe stay alive and get the core into Tiger Slasher's net a bit easier.
But Paranoir has picked up that fight or flight, right? That additional speed is going to be overwhelming Tiger Slasher with the Monumentalist as well, and Viper picking up some size is looking so massive now. That's effectively 2 size awakenings and a half, combined with the Among Titans as well, and that X will be such a menace that Diamond's going to have to deal with. Tiger Slasher, of course, as well in the midfield, going to have complete control of every lane.
Yeah, and I mean, Viper on crit has so much size, and I think it's going to come down to a lot of this set is going to be what Viper on crit can do. Just get it pushed through Diamond. Diamond has a bit more to work with that 1-2, maybe able to keep Viper away, make Viper stay a bit low, but I mean, hey, if Diamond can keep them away, it might be pretty big here.
Great defensive play though by Tiger Slasher, but that's a double KO. We've seen this story before, but this time Tiger has a barrier and a flip. Might be light work, but the barrier falls. 5 more seconds left, but bounced back by Dioni's blade. The Monumental secondary doing a lot of work, and finally Nats will win the strike war, but that's a valiant attempt. The respawns were just coming in. Shout out to Tiger Slasher.
Yeah, I mean, Tiger Slasher in that point was able to almost defend the first barrier, and then unfortunately just didn't have teammates up fast enough to save the core. But I mean, we saw them do it in a previous point, so it was a very close one. And now getting back in, we're already seeing so many cooldowns coming up from Tiger Slasher, maybe a couple saved ones, but it might not matter too much.
Yeah, great offensive push by the UCF Rods. 2-0 up now and looking to send this to a set 5. It feels like they're finally scaled. Perfect form Zentaro is just kind of crazy, and of course with the starting awakening being heavy impact, right? It's kind of ridiculous.
Yes, Nats has all of the cooldowns they can possibly want at this point, and now it's just up to whether or not they can get the kills, whether or not they can get the damage going, and have these cooldowns to get the core in the net. We're going to see there, uses the secondary, uses the flip, and then just pushes it straight through to take the set.
Very, very quick. All the tools they needed were on the board, and that 5th point might have been exactly the turning point of this game. The UCF Rods clean sweep in this one, and the chance for even more in this draft. Honestly, I think that Nat should take the Catalyst here. I think, yeah, that's the Catalyst coming through. And I think that the UCF Rods are in such a winning position after this.
I mean, this is pretty big. We're also going to see Diamond pick up Spark of Agility, Spark of Resilience, and then also Spark of Focus for their efforts here. I think the Super Surge onto Peewis isn't anything crazy. However, with that Catalyst, with that triple Spark for Diamond, this is going to be really dangerous for Auburn, and I mean, they might not be able to stop the storm that is UCF pulling up in this game.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that Nat saw the Catalyst there instead of going for a Dash Awakening. The Super Surge was also on the table, but I think that additional energy is going to be so much more useful. If they could stay alive here and use this flip for a barrier, then build up another flip and use it for the goal, that is basically the game plan for every single point of this last set.
Yeah, and we're seeing Nats able to stay alive so far. Diamond as well just has so much speed and so many cooldowns to keep the core away, and Nats with this damage is going to be able to get pretty close to taking out Viper.
Oh, but the issue is on the other end. Paranoir is taking a note of all the chaos and saying, well, all I need to do is score. Doing the Estelle game plan against Diamond. 2 barriers already down. Viper winning a strike war, but the barrier beam says no to all of that. And Diamond's built up a flip here. Nat's got to use this one and does get so much value, building up a power play and taking a barrier at the same time.
Yeah, and now all that matters is just getting it past this Tiger Slasher. We've seen it happen before. They were able to take out Tiger Slasher, and they're able to do it again. They open up the barrier. Now it's open barriers for both sides, and with that flip, we could see Pewis and Nats taking the core up and maybe getting some offensive pressure here.
Especially with the brawler going down, a big flip for Pewis available now. A passing play up would do the trick, but it's being kept away quite well. Paranoir's going to have to blink forward to help here, but it instead is a perfect angle from Pewis out of the reach of Tiger Slasher, and that's the first goal of the final set of this game.
Yeah, and now they're only 2 points away from winning this game for themselves, freeing themselves, and making the reverse 3-0, and right here we see the first barrier go down, almost a second as well, and I mean, Tiger Slasher, Viper, and Paranoir were looking so strong, but now the tides have turned, and Nats and Pewis are having so much pressure and just are able to keep the core up and basically in Tiger Slasher's net.
Yeah, of course the damage is still there, right? But they need to capitalize off of it. They need to find these power plays, and so far, the UCF Rods have survived so well. Nats, although being staggered, is still wiggling around, dodging these primaries, making sure the regen's going to come through, and barely surviving the bull rush as well. Staying away from Viper, just not enough speed. Finally pushed down to the bottom side of the field, and that's a really, really huge opportunity for Auburn A now.
Yeah, now Viper might have to use this flip. Never mind. Diamond uses the flip instead in order to keep the core away from the goal. And we're going to see Auburn try and make this next stand, get it through the infinite cooldowns pretty much of this side of UCF.
It's so dangerous, though. They were also on death's door as well. Dangerous spot. The snipe doesn't come through. And Pewis, bit of a missed opportunity there. Had the flip, sent it forward. Had a big chance. And Auburn, this is their one opportunity to score here. They need to... Oh, but what a flip from Pewis. Perfectly timed to the bottom end. And there's no way you're catching that in overtime. Auburn A now on the back foot for what feels like the first time in this entire game.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible flip, incredible setup from Pewis, just catching Tiger Slasher where they weren't able to cover, and now they're on match point in what looked like an unwinnable first part of the match, and I mean, if Nats can stay alive, if Pewis can stay alive and just keep this pressure flowing like they are doing so well, then we might just see the game end right here, right now.
Yeah, Nats and Pewis. Nats barely surviving, but barely is just enough at the moment. Not being taken out just yet. An accidental anti-synergy between Paranoir and Viper means that the Zentaro gets to sneak away another time. A flip available for Tiger Slasher, gets it away for the moment. They need to find a conversion onto at least one player here, and that will be Nats going down. A big chance here for Auburn A, but they need to make sure Pewis does not survive.
Yeah, and we can see that Auburn has kind of shifted their focus a bit in this series, in this game. It's been less of just pushing the core through Diamond. Diamond has way too many cooldowns, way too many sparks. Now it's just kill the other team, get the other team off of my map. And you can see there, they win that first point for themselves with that power play.
That's the win condition. They are the team that has more damage than the other. As long as they don't get hit by the full Zentaro special, as long as they generally just take the initiative in the midfield, they should be fine. But right now it's Paranoir who is low. It's one berry going down already, and Auburn needs to be careful.
Oh, incredible plays from Nats, almost taking out Paranoir, but ultimately staying alive, which is a big win condition, as you just said. for Auburn, and if Nats is able to just stay alive, throw a few cooldowns here and there at the side of Auburn, they might just be able to get this score in the net, finish out this series, but we could also see the Auburn reverse 3-0 on points, kind of a reversal, as they say.
Viper's going in there, so much burst damage onto Pewis, trying to take out the Era early, but there's so much speed in the natives to zone away. Nats is low, but the flip available. Perfect primary from Tiger Slasher to make sure the core doesn't hit the net, and now the combos are coming through. Pewis almost off the map, and that's the barrier take. Looking clean from Auburn A as they maintain a barrier of their own. All it takes is one more snipe now, and Pewis is bell ringered off to pass up to Viper, and it's a final point to decide who's the victor of this game.
Set 5.5, game 1 here, and we're seeing Auburn figured out their win condition, and they're playing to it very effectively here. They're just keeping Nats and Pewis off of the stage as much as possible, and with Diamond not having very much movement, not much mobility, even with those triple sparks, we're gonna see them able to provide so much pressure, so much damage, and get the core just in the net as they have the past 2 points. And all it comes down to is if Pewis and Nats can get it through this defense of Auburn, or if they're gonna die too quickly.
But they're the ones finding the KO this time, and this is really bad for Auburn. They need these KOs. They need the striker advantages in their favor. And weathering the storm here is going to take a toll on Viper's health bar. Good flip by Tiger away and making sure no barriers are taken. Paranoir comes back, and Viper manages to sneak the barrier down. They don't even need the power play on their half. That's how they're playing, as Paranoir, desperate for an opportunity, blinks forward. And the regen comes through, the snipes come through, so many cooldowns being burned from the defense of the UCF Raws as Paranoir walks up, finds a possession, finds another opportunity, but once again, it's stuck in the midfield as Nats and Pewis have so many cooldowns to play with. Almost a flip available for Pewis, and that could be a huge threat here. A flip early, though, is too easy to defend, and Viper's the one who catches it on the bottom end, hitting the core again and again in the forward direction, and finally a snipe from the Estelle. Paranoir will do it. Auburn A will escape this nightmare of a final point.
That was a heart-wrenching first game in this series. If that was just the first game, I'm excited to see what the second one was. At first, it looked really, really strong in favor of Auburn A. And then in set 3, we saw UCF just find out what they needed to do in order to get this core in the net. And, I mean, that just... that was pretty crazy. And they almost got the reversal as well. They went 2-0 up in that 5th set as well, but Auburn A figured out their win condition and just got that first game in the bag.
Yeah, and really shout out to both forward pairs. I think we went into this game expecting greatness from both the goalies, but the forward pairs on both teams were so on point. They had that exact win condition heading in, and they both almost achieved it, right? It was set 5.5, almost a comeback, almost a reverse sweep, but in the end, it was Paranoir who got it done with the snipe. And it really showed the two different types of game plans they had, right? Of course, the UCF Rods, a little bit less conventional, I would say. Picking the arrow with the Centauro is something we don't see that often. But a lot of that is also just going back to comfort, right? The character that you're best at is probably better than someone being uncomfortable on the theoretical better character.
Yeah, definitely. If you have a character that you're comfortable on, doesn't matter if it's in meta, doesn't matter if it's not in meta. I mean, hey, we saw all of the players in this game performing super well. Just some highlights in terms of stats as well. I might say Tiger Slasher had 348 strikes on that core. Diamond had 202 saves. And Viper on crit had 75,500 damage throughout that game. We saw so many strikes just back and forth. It was a half-hour game, almost 31 minutes. And, I mean, that was, cinema. That's about all I can say. That was such a good match. Such a great match to start off this. And, oh my gosh. That was crazy.
Yeah, but there might be 2 more games after this one, or there could be 1, but we're guaranteed more Omega Strikers to watch. And next up is AtLab. That is the classic map. That is the map that you see most often in Omega Strikers for a reason. but it's also slightly more conducive to damage, so you might favor Auburn A little bit more here.
I think so. I mean, Auburn had some really great damage in that series in that first game, but I'm interested to see the drafting here. We don't know the starting awakenings yet, or at least I don't. Sai, you might have some powers, otherworldly powers.
Boom!
That now,
Aerials and built different.
It's Aerials and built different. So, I mean, it just might be a damage-based pick here. And I mean, on that Atlas lab as well, with that big black hole in the middle, it's going to be really dangerous if the rods cannot stay alive. They might have to play damage themselves. They might have to try and pull something out. They got a lot of kills. They were able to get 9 kills in that last game, but in comparison to it was, I think, 17 kills from Auburn A here. It might be a little scary with that black hole. That's not going to be doing anybody any favors. Same with that built different on start.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be an easy game to pilot for both teams, and with the aerial start as well, that's going to give that additional speed. That's going to make it a little uncomfortable for both the goalies. I did like Tiger Slasher's now pick. Although it was uncomfortable at times due to the Among Titans especially, making those strike wars a little bit difficult, I think Tiger navigated a lot of the situations incredibly well, had very, very good awareness of how to play out the situations, and just avoided strike wars most of the time by following up with a primary or just secondarying before the core could even reach them.
Yeah, and that's kind of something that you like to see on those ranged goalies especially. We saw it in this game. Tiger Slasher just kept the core away from the other team. Like, if Peewis and Nats were walking forward with it, Tiger used a primary, used a secondary, just push it through the offensive of the rods. But we did also see, like in the previous series as well, that Luna from Rebirth or from Judgmental was able to just you hit the core away with a secondary, with a primary, and it goes to your forwards, and you don't have a whole lot that you need to do. And so at some point, say as I'm seeing in chat, if you can't lose the strike war if the core isn't there. Thank you, Fox and Sox.
Yeah, and Fox and Sox would know a lot about that, being a South American player who plays in North American tournaments. Not having to take a strike war is definitely very, very important. And of course, it's important for every goalie. As we see the picks come in, the picks and bans are now taken away by the UCF rods, knowing the power of that pick as a flex pick as well, but no flexes here. It will be the Estelle as the midfield for Auburn A, and an Asher that could be flexed here.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're just going to see that Estelle midfield on Paranor, and definitely, as you said, that Asher can definitely be flexed, whether it is on Viper or Tiger Slasher. I know Tiger, typically from what I've seen, they're more defensive of a goalie, but pretty soon here we'll figure out what this final pick is going to be for Auburn. I wouldn't be surprised if it is, in fact, one of those more defensive goalies, or if it's actually just a flex pick, it's a forward. Ooh.
Oh, okay. Well, Tiger Slasher has wanted to play the eject button IME quite a bit, so this is most likely what is occurring here. Definitely not bad on the pick, right? Of course, not what you expect as much from Tiger Slasher as a player, but like, that guy is not bad on it at all. Like, the reason I'm saying this is because, of course, we usually see Tiger on the melee goalies, but I think this kind of agency could be good. On the other end, though, we're seeing a bit of a meta composition, right? Juliet currently probably the best brawler in the game, combined with Now, who is probably the best midfielder in the game, combined with Atlas, where melee goalies are in the meta at the moment. So, a bit of whiplash compared to the previous comp, because the previous comp was a little wacky from the rods. This time, no wackiness in sight.
Yeah, I mean, the era midfield, it's a midfield character, but you don't really see it a whole lot often. Now we got the Now midfield, just another creation-oriented character, team buff-oriented character. But now is actually in the meta. Now is one of the most common characters I see in solo queue. So this character is going to hopefully be able to do a whole lot more. Once again, though, they're not really going damage. I don't think either of these teams are really damage heavy. So it should be pretty interesting here with that build different. I'm interested in seeing how Auburn A might be twisting this into a damage comp. And I'm excited.
Yeah, but the thing with this kind of draft, though, is that I think the UCF Rods have a higher chance to actually do the damage because they're the ones who have the double healing, right? They have the defensive resources, making it hard for the other side to be the ones KOing. And, of course, Juliet dealing quite a decent bit of damage. Atlas, actually, a character that does quite a bit of damage as well against especially the enemy brawler when they're pushing up in the corner, so... I'm actually a little bit concerned for Auburn A's survivability in this one.
Yeah, definitely. I think both teams piloted the damage very effectively in the previous game, but Auburn A managed to pull it out. And now this game, we are seeing double healer as well, which, I mean, at some point, now and Atlas working together, you're not really going to die a whole lot, and if you do, that's kind of a skill issue, but if you can stay alive, if you can just deal the damage, you have plenty in order to just take out Auburn. And this is going to be very interesting. We could see a very big shift in the way this game plays out from the last one.
Absolutely. It's going to be up to Tiger Slasher to be more precise than ever, because the eject goalies are not meta right now for a reason. But when piloted well, like we saw with Judgmental, if the possession can be kept up, if the team can keep the core on the other half of the map, they can prove to be a very, very welcome addition to the offense here.
Yeah, and as much as I hate the melee goalie meta, Diamond is going to be sitting pretty here with the Atlas goalie. Doesn't really matter what you have. Built different, more strikes, bigger strikes. Love to see it. And, I mean, if they're able to hold it down, just keep the core away pretty quickly, you're going to see a big difference in this game compared to the last one.
Absolutely, and with Pua speeding Nats up, they're going to be running forward quite well. Viper, a little bit too far in the corner for that one, as Nats helps out, creates a power play, and a Sad Boy's angle prevents the second barrier from going down. It was a great idea by Paranoir, but it didn't end up panning out, but Tiger Slasher, as expected from one of those higher ranked goalies, will be winning those strike wars.
Yeah, and I mean, Tiger Slasher, with the offensive goalie, the more eject button oriented ones, you definitely want to be playing and striking as well as physically possible, because you don't have as many abilities, you don't have creations like those melee oriented goalies. But just like that, we're going to be able to see you're not really going to be able to press an ability and just get it past the forwards. You're going to have to kind of lock in, you're going to have to evade strike, you're going to have to play a whole lot more effectively if you want to pull off one of these offensive eject range goalies.
Oh, and 2 barriers go down, but funnily enough, in the previous point, actually, that was actually a situation where he shouldn't have evaded, because the evade actually slowed down Tiger, so he couldn't reach the core in time to get anything done. So if he had walked up and recognized the situation and just walked up to the core and struck it downwards, there was a chance that could have been saved against the Julie there. But that's pretty hard to gauge in the moment. Like that is like CCL winning goalie level of awareness, and Tiger could do it. This team is looking quite solid, but that's definitely a large ask.
Yeah, and another large ask might be staying alive here as we see Juliet, Nas 18 taken off of the map. However, I'm seeing some really great defense coming out from Puis and Diamond, taking Viper and Crit very low, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to keep the barrier up for too long.
And we see the value of the eject button. Tiger Slasher flying in with the extended dash range. 1-1 now, and those kinds of points are where you're thankful for that eject button goalie.
Yeah, and I might add that eject button and aerial start especially is with Aimee, it's going to be super useful on both Paranoir and Tiger Slasher. You have so much more, such a long dash range at this point, and you're going to be able to play up a whole lot more.
Yeah, but that's a good combo onto the Brawler. And that's a Viper going down already as Nats pushes forward, looks for a dash punch angle, looks for a punch to cover, but Tiger Slasher with the patience to make sure the core isn't stuck in the corner once again. And now it's possession for the side of Auburn A. Viper getting the rebounds off the center. Tiger Slasher dropping into help, and the pass splitter is perfect. The barrier taken. Amazing offense by Auburn. They're looking so coordinated.
Yeah, if your pressure is good enough, you can just strike through those melee goalies. And if you get those sad boys angles, you might not need the strikes. You can just get it through, and Paranor with that primary going to push it straight through the defensive side of UCF.
Right to the bottom corner it goes, and once again, it's looking good for Auburn here as a lot of meters been built up as well. They have a slight energy advantage, and of course, setting the core in center between the two at-lab barriers makes it such a dangerous spot. Diamond being a little overwhelmed by the Asher and Estelle pressure. So many hitboxes in the goal, and that's a set win for Auburn.
Yeah, and I mean, that pressure coming out, the Estelle and Asher, it's a bit like Estelle and Rasmus, except you don't have nearly as much range on that brawler. But if you can get it to the Asher with Paranor, you're going to be able to push the core in super easily, even with such a melee-oriented goalie like Atlas here. You're going to be able to just push the core through, and that's what we saw. Some interesting picks as well here. What do you think, Saya?
Yeah, I think the heavy impact was partially denied against the Julie, but since Tiger Slasher opted for the Spark of Resilience, it doesn't end up being a full deny. Of course, the Spark of Resilience being taken is so important in this draft, but Tiger Slasher still goes to Pewis. I think there's a lot of good ideas in this draft, but there was too many good awakenings for anything to really be denied here, because Diamond also gets perfect form. What is this draft? Every good awakening in the game except peak performance?
I mean, I think just the side of UCF, even though that they lost that first set, they definitely won that draft. They got 1-2 punch, they got stagger swagger, they got perfect form, as you said. And if they're able to just use those awakenings to their full potential, they're going to be able to just keep this game, maybe get a reverse 3-0, or just reverse the game right now, finish it off, and take these barriers as we're seeing right here.
Yeah, Viper and Paranoir pushing forward, trying to find pressure onto Nats here as Tiger sends it forward. Viper with a pass splitter set up, but a little bit too aggressive, I think. A little bit too much of a forward angle instead of keeping the core contained. And a good strike shot by Diamond to save that one. The Crystal Thorns making it dangerous as Viper goes in. Not enough hitboxes to cover the entire duration of the flip, and the Brawler will go down. Tiger making the save for now, trying to stall out the point as POS kind of sets it up for Tiger, but the core speed's too much. The 1-2 punch from Nats in overtime is perfect and will secure that.
Yeah, and I mean, we are seeing some of this comp coming out from UCF. They're going to be able to control the core a lot more, and if Nats is able to get one of those stray dash punches in, it's basically just game over. You don't have nearly as much core control as you'd like, and if UCF is able to get one of those kills, you're automatically just put in a really bad scenario against Nats.
Yeah, that's definitely a concern, but right now, Viper surviving the dash punch, kind of ineffective in that particular moment, but Tiger burning the flip in the corner, and now in a really tough spot because Nats built up a flip already here. It's flipped away by Paranoir, but the core speed's too much. Perfect setup by Pewis, but the flip goes wide. A lot of wasted flips in this one, but Nats, that's not a wasted flip. KO's Tiger into the back of the net, gets priority on the core, and it's a 2-0 lead in the set for the UCF Rods.
Yeah, I'm seeing Auburn try what they did in the previous game that let them win, and that's just focus all their damage onto Nats. But with a comp like Atlas, and now you're going to be able to see a lot more staying alive happening, but it might not be necessary if Viper and Paranor are able to just push the core right through Diamond.
Oh, missed strike there in a dangerous spot. Nats pushing the Estelle away is perfect. And oh, Tiger Slasher overcommitting on the strike war upwards. That means an opportunity for the UCF Rods. Nats pushing forward. The Flame Flurry good. The barrier taken. And the punch to get priority once again. Flip available for Viper down to the bottom side. Pewis covers. But Paranoir is there. Finds the Crystal Thorns and finds a point for Auburn.
Yeah, and I mean, Auburn just able to provide a lot of pressure, just kept the core forward, and I mean that's really all you need to do with Asher. If you can use those abilities precisely, you can just push the core right through Diamond on that Atlas. But right here we're gonna see Sad Boys before it goes straight back into the barrier, and then yeah, now we're getting into some more meat of the game.
Continuing to push forward here. Tiger Slasher tries to find a clear through, but it's a strike war win by Nats taking the barrier. Tiger, they need this barrier now, but Diamond manages to save it. The Atlas paying dividends, and now a flip built up, so it's going to be even harder to secure that one. Tiger, though, with a strike discipline, keeps the core away, and now Diamond in a tough spot. Doesn't want to burn the flip too early, but Nats catches Viper a little too vulnerable near the top wall. And with the Juliet having flip, it is looking quite doomed for Auburn A here. Finds the flip on the very edge and will secure it there. The game's all tied up.
You didn't need that catalyst from the last game, but you don't need it now either, as Nats 18 is going to push that core through using that core flip. And now they're going to be rewarded with what looks like a pretty bad draft for Juliet. Unless, of course, you get that peak performance, have so much more speed, have so much stagger, and also block that stagger away from the side of Auburn. We're also going to see some spark pickup from Tiger Slasher. That's 2 sparks now on the board. I'm not sure if we already had the 4th spark, but there's 1 more spark here in the game. And if Tiger is able to pick that up, they might be able to do something like Diamond did in the previous game. But these awakenings are pretty interesting here. And I'm not sure who's going to win now.
Yeah, but I do like the pickups from the UCF Rods once again. I think they have what they need. I think Nats getting the peak performance makes it even more difficult for Auburn A to get any sort of a game plan rolling.
Yeah, definitely. And with Nats and Pewis just pushing the core through, they might be able to take a goal, but instead we're going to see Viper. Just so much pressure, that big size with Viper from that Among Titans on Paranor is going to be able to get that core through.
All right, going for another point here. Viper looking very, very massive. This Asher needs to be the difference maker here in the 1v1s against the Atlas. And with Tiger calmly playing the backfield, pushing forward, that's a barrier taken already, and Viper stays alive despite the corner pressure coming back from the UCF Rods. Auburn A, big opportunity. They cannot waste this one. And it goes to Viper. Dribble to the top side, but a little bit too hasty against the expanse. And Nats going for a double barrier angle. Only finds one. Tiger Slasher now finds an opening, but it's deflected away by Nats, who almost gets a KO again. And as the core goes round and round, it's picked up by Pewis with the flip, and it goes off the bottom wall as well. That's not the angle that Tiger Slasher wanted, and it will cause offense for Nats, but they cleared away with the barrier still intact. Tiger Slasher and Paranor trying to get the Viper desperately, but they cannot find the goal just yet.
Yeah, and these dash punches from Nats are proving to be crucial, as all that pressure that Paranor was able to build up is now gone, as Paranor taken off the map, and we're going to see Nats and Pewis working together, just trying to get this core in the net through Tiger Slasher, and with that passing play, they're going to push it in and tie up this set.
That's the fear, right? Nats can take over the game. Nats has already taken over the game, so if things go as expected, it will be the UCF Rods continuing to put the pressure on. The Viper needs to play in these corners to get full effectiveness, but if you play in the corner, there's the dash punch, exactly as expected from the Juliet.
Yeah, and every time I'm seeing Nats get a dash punch done, I'm seeing some instant pressure and just so much power coming out from the side of UCF Rods, and they were able to get that first barrier on Tiger Slasher's defense, and now here they're setting up really well to get that second barrier. As soon as one of those dash punches rings true, we're going to see so much pressure, and Tiger Slasher and Paranor are immediately put on their back foot every time one happens.
All right, looking for another opportunity in the top corner now as Tiger Slasher goes in, Paranor through, but Viper trying to win a strike war, doesn't have the resources to take the barrier there, and with Diamond having a flip, that's going to delay the barrier take even longer as Pewis pushes forward, sets up the primary, forces Tiger Slasher to defuse it, and once again the offense stalls for Auburn A. They find a passing play, but once again Viper can't get it through Diamond.
Yeah, and they just have to use their characters wisely. And right now we're seeing Pewis and Nats with so much pressure. Tiger Slasher unfortunately doesn't get quite the angle they wanted, and it goes straight to Pewis, who has an open net up top, scoring that second goal for themselves in this set. and putting themselves on set point where they have more opportunities to scale and more opportunities to turn this game in their favor even further.
Good pass splitter though, takes one barrier. Oh, but a dash punch flip, perfect from Nats. But a great glitch bot from Tiger Slasher to maybe even up this set. Maybe hold down just a little bit longer. Good strike wars, but the barrier will still fall because Pewis and Nats are just too fast. They have so much presence on the map. And now Nats is looking for a dash punch here. Pewis so much speed. Doesn't get dash punch on the bottom edge either. Still surviving is the midfielder of the UCF Broads. And once again, Auburn A in so much trouble.
Yeah, and if they can just keep these strike wars going, if they can keep it into Tiger Slasher's goal, they're going to be able to get some saves going. And oh my gosh, the dash punch rings out once more as we're going to see a power play for what feels like the 5th time this point.
Yeah, and Nat's looking for the final dash punch of this set, but it's actually overcommitment from Diamond. Perfectly sniped by Paranor, but that was not the place to primary there for the Atlas. We're now at a 0.5, and Auburn A, they need to be breathing sighs of relief here because that's their ticket back into the game.
Yeah, but they can't breathe sighs of relief too quickly as Nats takes out
all 4 barriers. Nats took all 4 barriers, and now Paranor recovers first, is trying to take the point. A 4 barrier and a KO with 1 dash punch in interaction, and now Tiger Slasher on the bottom end. Diamond in trouble, and thanks to Nats, partially, it'll be Auburn A winning the point and winning the set.
Oh my god. That was looking so, like, such a strong, just explosive entrance coming into that point from the side of UCF Rods, and then they lost a double barrier as well. They let the greed get to them too quickly, and we're gonna see Auburn taking that set in return. But we are going to see the Big Fish and the Fight or Flight coming out for Now and Juliet on this side of UCF, which is going to be very, very good here in this set, because we already see peak performance on Nats, plus that Big Fish is going to give both more size and more stagger, which is going to prove really important. That's what they've been doing in order to win so far and get these points going, and if they're able to play it to that win condition so much better, we're going to take every chance they can get.
Yeah, even though it was Auburn A who were the ones who won the set, the draft definitely in the favor of the UCF Rods, and that's continuing the trend, continuing the KOs. Picked up a little bit more speed there thanks to the peak performance scaling with the Big Fish, and it's just constantly taking over the map. Tiger Slash has got to watch out as well on a lot of these blink plays thanks to the Juliet being everywhere all at once. Viper desperately trying to push up into the corner, but it's so dangerous. Tiger barely keeping the barrier alive, but the question is for how much longer?
Yeah, and Diamond on the other side is able to keep that barrier alive, so much so that they force Viper into a bad scenario, end up getting the kill with the dash punch as usual from Nats. And we will see, however, that barrier falling for UCF, and we're seeing a pretty scary point here for both sides, but the pressure is just too much.
Just too much. The KO found once again, and that's on such a long KO streak now, and a clean end to the point as well. UCF, they feel like they should have won that last set, right? They're just trying to take it back.
Yeah, and I mean, that's really dangerous for them, because with Auburn already up by 1 game, they need a total of 3 points to move on and win this series. But Pewis and Diamond working really hard, just keeping the core as much as possible, trying to keep it out of their net. And I mean, if they can, it's going to be pretty important.
Oh, but Viper's so massive, winning the Strike Wars. Not that time, though, but this time Viper does once again, and that will be the set being evened up 2 goals away for Auburn A. And I think they would like to be done with this game because the builds on the UCF Rods are a little bit scary.
Yeah, and after that first half-hour match, set 5.5, you're going to be trying to get to bed pretty quickly here. You don't want this game to go on any further, and Auburn is just going to be trying to close this out as soon as possible. They have lost a barrier though, but they take one in return, and they're going to try and maybe get this game back in their favor.
Viper dribbling on the top side. Flip almost available here, and the pass splitter should build it up just enough. It indeed does, but no good spot to use it here. Needs to evade to avoid getting dash punch, but a great snipe by Paranoir. And once again, the Estelle does it all. Ended the first game, looking to build up towards the second as well. And what a great flip out from Diamond to stop it for the moment. But the agency is currently in the hands of Auburn A. A flip from the bottom side. Nats deflects it with so much speed, so much size. And this Asher is not long for this world. Viper's got to retreat, help out on the defense a little bit. As Paranor and Tiger are in there, they can't quite get a clean push though. And Nats has flip. And that's the goal.
Yeah, I mean, if you have flip with that sort of scenario, you're just going to push that in. Tiger Slasher didn't have any cooldowns from the looks of it, so hey, nice, quick, easy goal for UCF, except it wasn't really. It was a full overtime point, and we're going to see, I mean, Nats has been playing super well, getting so many dash punches. I'm excited to see the number of kills at the end of this game.
That was almost a double
only
KO. Yeah, I stole your words right there because Tiger Slasher blinked back. It looked like a double KO for a moment. It almost was, and now Nats pushing forward. Paranor in a little bit of trouble in this midfield with the respawn coming in. I think Auburn A, they're recovering a little bit here. They just need to knock it KO'd again, and Viper's so low. Wait a second. P with so much speed up to Nats. The perfect passing play, the 1-2 with no hesitation. And we're headed to a set 5.
We're going to yet another set 5 game, and UCF really wants to win this here. If they win this game, they're going to be able to take it to a game 3, keep the series going, maybe go to another 30-minute game, as we saw with the last one, as we might see here with this one. However, we are going to see the Spark of Focus deny coming out for Nats. No crazy awakening there in order to prevent Tiger Slasher from getting anything crazy.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Viper's kind of going to be cursed with not too great of an awakening here. The dash range could prove to be a downside in some of these situations, but the additional impact will definitely come into play maybe. I think I would prefer to Super Surge a tiny bit, but it's really, really whatever. I think my eyes are on Paranor, who has heavy impact, hot shot, and rapid fire. Those primaries are going to get so much cooldown refunded from them. But again, Viper this time evading quite well, and that evade might have just turned the entire point. Viper not going down in the corner despite being forced to play in the corner, as the Asher game plan is huge when Nats can't get the free KO.
Yeah, and I mean, if Viper can stay alive, not get dash punch off of these sides, unfortunately Asher's whole game plan is just force it through in the corner. Oh! But if Viper is able to stay alive, then this could prove fatal for UCF.
Oh, overcommits into the expanse there, but still staying alive is Viper, and that's exactly what they need. They send it around, though. Pewis with an early flip, and I think Tiger Slasher will be way too happy about that one because Paranor is working on one, and Nats gets a little bit aggressive. Viper, on the other hand, has already set up the pass splitter and gets it done on the other end. Auburn A, they look like they know exactly how to win this game.
Yeah, and Viper was able to evade that dash punch from Nats. And, I mean, that makes all the difference in the world, because when you evade the dash punch, that's a dash punch that Nats doesn't have, and that is about, I think, 15-20 seconds that you don't have to worry about dash punch for a while. And, I mean, with Viper now having flip, we're going to see another scary moment, but they're able to stay alive once more.
Yeah, and Viper's being chipped down low. Flip, but surviving this time. The angle wasn't quite right, and now Pewis is low, too. Auburn A on the right side of that coin flip. And with Viper regenerating just in time, and Tiger Slasher combined play. What a pass from Paranor with the snipe into Tiger Slasher's cyber swipe, and they're 1 point away from closing this one out.
Auburn wants to end this here. They don't want another half-hour long match, and they certainly don't want to happen to them what they did in the previous game with that reverse 3-0 in the set 5. But any of these things could happen here, and we're just trying to see whether or not they're going to be able to make this final point happen.
Good awareness from Tiger Slasher, saving the strike, getting the barrier to stay alive here, but this time it's a little bit too difficult as Nats finds a good punch around. Paranor and Viper looking to contain the core on one side, and the pass splitter is just a little bit too late, but it's actually Tiger Slasher who gets in there, the power of the eject button coming through, but it's an open net. The passing play is interrupted this time by Paranor and Tiger Slasher, and they're cutting the pass this time a lot better than last time, not getting surprised by the high-speed passing plays, but Tiger Slasher a bit of overshooting, still has the flip, but it's this time the Estelle going down, a flip away, but the Flame Flurry, and that will be good coverage to take the point. for the UCF Rods.
Yeah, using that ult, using the Flame Flurry on the core flip especially, is really good awareness from Nats. Just force Tiger X Slasher into A. Do you either try and predict where this is going, or the core goes in, and the second one did in fact end up happening, and now we are seeing UCF with a bit more life in this game!
But a Sad Boys angle prevents that revival from fully occurring right now. That could have been a huge double barrier, and right now Viper's trying to make it so, but a great pass by Diamond out of there with the flip, and Tiger Slasher, dangerous strike situation, saves the barrier again. Tiger Slasher, the range goal, he gets it done in the corner, and once again, it's all up to the passing play. They need to get to Viper right now to take the barrier, to take the goal, to end this game, but it's easier said than done, but maybe it is that easy. Viper with a flip available, pass splitter, flip, Flame Furry deflects it, and once again, it needs to go around the world, but Nats burns the dash. That's a 16-second cooldown with no cooldown reducers, and now Nats finds the barrier. So much speed from Peewis, but Tiger Slasher preempts, and now it's a Viper 1v1, takes out the goalie. It's a 3v2 now. All it takes is one passing play. Paranor has flipped, so much damage down. They need to pass it up to the Estelle, and the strike war at the end will do it. Auburn A will close out the game.
Oh my gosh, that was insane. Incredible hold from Peewis and Nats at the end there, but unfortunately they just couldn't keep the core away, and that is going to close out the game and the series. Such an incredible game. Both of these, even though Auburn won 2-0, it was a set 5, and we went to point 5 and point 4. So, I mean, that was just about as close as I ever want a game to go. And I mean, that was another 24 and a half minutes. I mean, that lasted forever, and that was such a fun match to watch. There was so much happening. I mean, just like the last one, that was cinema.
Yeah, well played from Auburn A, but yeah, that was such a close game. I think both these teams are absolutely going to make playoffs, and that was a playoff caliber matchup we just watched. I'm looking forward to how they do in the rest of the season, looking forward to their performances in the postseason. Anything else left to say, Potat? That was great.
I mean, I don't think I got anything else other than I want to shout out all of the players, because that was, I mean, my heart was racing and I wasn't even playing in the game. And I mean, oh my gosh. Yeah, that was super fun. Good job to Auburn, and I mean, UCF. Hey, you got more? Keep it going.
Right, but with that, that's the end of this series. Don't go anywhere. There's still one more Auburn match left, but not this team. They're versus the NJIT Lowlanders. Not the team that most people think when they think NJIT, but this should be a good match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, and we'll see you soon.
I'm like cutting the introduction. Like we're going right into it, guys. I have like a really important question for you guys. Okay, I in the pre-show, I really wanted to say we should add Kevin McLeod to our like intermission lists. I think there's like 2 of them. I can't sing him because I'm like tone deaf, but like I really wanted to talk about this and give like a community consensus. Obviously, my fellow co-caster, I think Z Yoshi has some amazing thoughts, but guys, it's been here for a year. It's been here for a lot. I think we need to spice it up, and I think Kevin McLeod's a guy. I'm just saying.
I think he's a guy. I 100% agree. I actually don't think much at all. I'm in a really giggly mood right now, and I don't really know what to do with myself. So I'm gonna talk about the draft instead. We're going to Inky's game 2. Rev up those cannons. It is time to Surf's Up, but we're going to AtLab first on a heavy impact super surge start. Jeepers.
Yeah, and already we see 2, I think, of the immediate abusers of heavy impact, and that's going to be Zentaro and Vice. The damage that they're going to have from level 1 is going to be absurd. Whether or not that Vice is in the midfield or the goalie box, she's just going to pump out a ton of damage. I think primarily we've been seeing Vice in the goalie position as kind of her strongest role, playing this, this eject play style that has had a lot of impact, that tries to score goals, that tries to deal damage. But she could be flex here in the midfield as well and be perfectly fine, especially in CCL. And I think to be clear as well, right? Estelle's primary is an impact. It's going to benefit from these. So I think we're about to see a bunch of 50 caliber shots coming out from this Estelle as well. And I think that if you are the side of Auburn B, you're going to be a little scared. You do have that Juno, which I think, generally speaking, Juno is the most survivable character in the game, maybe barring Dubu. She has an invincibility evade with her jump, right? She has a regular evades like she has it for any character. But also, as the midfielder, she has the highest dagger scaling in the game outside of, I believe, Dubu, Juliet, X, and Asher. So that's one look, or that's one pick there that you can do to counteract that. But if you're not playing around this is a team that will absolutely smack you around, as we're already seeing.
Yeah, it just nuclear bomb dropped on FG Nation's head immediately. And yeah, it's going to be tough. We've got the Vice in the back just dropping bombs. Everyone taking heavy impact except for the Juno. Going to have a much longer jump. Might actually be relevant in getting away. You just get to jump off, but unfortunately here, taken out already. The heavy impact coming out from Finny, I actually don't know what her impacts are. I'll be frank, but I think a lot of damage can come out onto the Centauro, really blow him up. The big weakness of the character been talked about a lot recently, but he just like takes chip damage really quickly. He's been hit twice and is at below half health and has to evade this triple take just to stay alive. And Cero here obviously piloting Zen really well, going to be putting it in right there off the back of that piercing shot. But I think that Auburn B has an opportunity here to stack the damage onto the Zen and take that guy out.
Yeah, especially as well, I think that, in this level of competition as well, I think damage is incredibly strong, right? It just can come out so fast, and I think that a lot of players who are not incredibly familiar with coordinated environments and stuff like that, I think they really disrespect sometimes the amount of damage that just can be pumped out in a matter of milliseconds, especially from teams like this. So we'll see if the side of Auburn is able to respond to this. That being said, right now we do have an open net for the side of Auburn B now, and defending pretty well right now. Not going to lose the barrier just right now. Sarah now going to rotate back, trying to KO FG Nation, who does have to blow that cooldown here in order to survive. Now the Oni's Blade's going to come out. FG Nation fully staggered now. No evade as well, should any damage come his way, but it's going to be Akira that's going to look to score here. Flip now burned from KBS. Black Hole immediately going to get popped here, allowing these open passing lanes. Flip from Cero, and it's just all too easy for the side of the NGIT Lowlanders. A second point goes their way.
Yeah, really, and I really appreciate what you said about players not really respecting damage. I think it sounds kind of dumb, but it's very true that damage, or learning to play into damage, is a very important skill. And I think the sooner, like, if you want to get better at the game, if you're frustrated with damage, that's something that you have to think about a lot, because like it's time to introduce the melee idea. Just don't get hit. It's pretty real. A lot of players just walk around and take abilities, and I don't blame them because you can sit there and be like, yeah, I've got health, I can take this. But I mean, look at Zero. He just took a couple abilities, and he is not playing anymore. He is in a different world, and sometimes you just gotta focus on not getting hit, dodging, and if you do that, like Zero just did, you could drop an awesome Borg flip and just, boom, 3-0 right there, bang.
Bang, yeah. Well-deserved MVP right now, and importantly, right, we see Stagger come out in this, right? We see that Spark of Resilience, right? Peak Performance, Stagger, Swagger. These are all survivability awakenings that can make sure that you don't die, especially, right? This Juno already has that innate tankiness with the Stagger, Swagger. Will actually be able to play into this damage pretty successfully, obviously, unless they walk into a lot of cooldowns. So overall, obviously, really good to get these Stagger awakenings, but that means there basically isn't any more left outside of the big fish, right? So the fact that all of them are given here up front could potentially be disastrous for the side of Auburn B should they not get access to this big fish, and because damage is always going to keep scaling. There are more damage awakenings than there are Stagger awakenings in the rotation, so we'll see if Auburn B is going to be able to survive the incoming onslaught here.
Yeah, definitely. The Stagger Swagger on their highest health character. It's actually, and not going to be coming in clutch there, but a big jump will be sniping the cross clear and putting it in. But as I was saying, Stagger Swagger, I think it's interesting. Juno caps out at 1825 Stagger, which is 75 below the likes of X and Asher. And ooh,
I died.
Yeah, and you sit here and you say like, yeah, Stagger Swagger increases your health linearly. You know who would like that? The guy with a little bit less Stagger who's getting blown up right now. But that being said, FG Nation is a lot faster, getting that faster regen. Stagger Swagger might be nice. More Stagger means that you have that speed for longer, but I think the pick was definitely to just stay alive longer. It's still going to be incredibly useful. One of the survivability awakenings, and with 2 Stagger awakenings being picked by the enemy team, going to be tough to deal with. But going for a big play, FG Nation, I think, has the right idea. And while Cinder is just kind of sponging all the damage, I think they have an opportunity to get something done as long as Cinder can stay alive.
Yeah, absolutely right. Vice, that defensive goalie, should the Rasmus find himself in a 1v1 situation, absolutely can score. That being said, it's going to be a 2v3 here, favored towards the NJIT Lowlanders, and Akira instantly going to capitalize on that, has the flip, has the piercing shot, everything he needs to get through this Finny goalie, and that's going to be the NJIT Lowlanders evening up the set. Yeah,
blink in, big flip, right on the line. Really hard for Finny to deal with. Interesting, we don't see any melee goalies here. The popular picks right now. Neither of them banned, so just not dealing with that at all, but a character like Atlas or Mako would just have a CD to deal with core flip. Oh, there are no CDs that can save that. One big boom coming out for Ant, blowing up that Juno real quick, and it looks like NJIT isn't able to score in the power play, but still has a great opportunity, especially if they get this KO on Cinder. That being said, Zero has been it's a bloodshed. Everyone's going down. Ant going for the big play. Uses a flip, burns KBS's flip. Oh no, I think lags out and is unable to save that. What a shame after there's such a big KO, such a big opportunity there. Really sad to see that point end like that.
No worries. We take one for the FG Nation here. Obviously, well played to secure that as well. But looking at what we have right now, Ant almost with a goal in his own right here with a Supernova, nothing to be found. But it's going to be NJIT now on the defense. Nothing quite yet. Juno Slimes from FG Nation almost actually taking the goal himself, but nothing to be found. Now Sarah looking to end the point, get NJIT back into the set, but nothing found as the power play ends. Akira going to play here on the defense. Cinder trying to find a few gaps in the defense of NJIT, but nothing really found just yet as Death Touch comes out, and looking to clear downside to Sero. Sero trying to get this clear here, able to find it, but it's going to be returned by FG Nation, who almost scores. The jump comes through, flip comes out from Sero just to keep the core alive now, and Cinder trying to march upfield. Potentially here as we get into overtime. Oh, the Juno Slime finds it, but not the angle that FG Nation wants here. Cinder able to get the core upfield with the use of that secondary. Nothing to be found just quite yet. Supernova comes through, doesn't find its target, but Cinder almost has the angle. Clear though from Ant. Gets intercepted by FG Nation, who closes out the set. Excellent play here from the side of Auburn B, and they're going to even up the game.
Yeah, really nice coverage by Auburn B. Cinder covering that bottom bumper, and FG Nation coming up to cover the top, catching that clear, and sending it in. Now we're going to draft the Zentaro at the bottom, perfect form on the board. Honestly, most of these Awakenings great for Zen, so not feeling too bad to be 6th pick, but the Fight or Flight going to be picked up by Cinder. Unlimited speed, looking really nice. He's going to pair well with the slick kicks. Perfect form being denied by KBS. Not doing any of that. And honestly, Finney with the low CDs just works with it well. Specialized is definitely going to be super scary coming out from Ant. The Vice, heavy impact Deadeye specialized training. Small amount of damage, you know. But FG Nation picked up 1-2 punch, and obviously that's a core speed awakening for Juno. That's a big game changer. We've seen these slimes put in a ton of work. So more of that is definitely going to give Auburn B a huge chance to pull ahead this game.
Agreed. That core speed from this Juno could potentially be devastating, especially with a slower midfielder like Estelle not able to really get to where she needs to be in order to intercept this play. But we'll see if that future is coming to pass. NJIT going to be on the offensive now, finally getting up into this goal net here from KBS, who is able to clear it. Now FG Nation and Cinder on the offensive. The Slime and the Pendulum Swing actually able to get the redirects that they need, and not able to defend here. Point 1 of the set could go the way of Auburn.
Yeah, 500 CDs coming right on the core, able to squeeze it past the Supernova. Really nice. Obviously, just really hard to defend with that ability. You know, it's a very big orb, but you got to be able to time it just right to get through the enemy hits, or else something like that will happen. But Cinder looking low, actually dead, completely boomed. Cero taking him from one side of the field to the other. FG Nation looking like they're next. Both barriers down, a big flip, and it's a complete blowout from NJIT. You see just one KO is able to spiral into so much more, especially with how much damage they have on the board at a frighteningly dominant point coming out right there.
Agreed. KBS still with his flip, should he end up needing it. But right now, we're going to see that core speed from the Juno come out, immediately capitalize, taking one barrier. Flip now coming out from Ant. Going to be able to clear it there into the top side. One goalie barrier found in return by NJIT. Finds a KO as well for their troubles. 2 now. A third might be coming for KBS, who is knocked out, and it's an ace coming out from the Lowlanders, playing to their name and playing low, playing dirty, and saying, hey, you don't have to play the core if there's no enemy team to play Corestrike with. We're just going to strike.
Yeah, and it's getting dirty on the field here. Like, you just don't see aces that often. You know, I suppose in recent days you don't see Zen Vice Estelle that often either, but, you know, here it is. And then subsequently here comes the ace. A lot of damage coming out. Just really, really tough. It's looking like an NJIT favored set here, and I wonder what Auburn B can do to get it through it. Obviously, NJIT hasn't taken a KO yet, and they actually got both barriers now. This might be the win condition, is just hold on for as long as possible, because these past 2 points have just spiraled completely out of control. That being said, big Supernova, ton of staggered bars, but Cinder in the hospital bed strolls up and says, I can do this. I can tie up this game right here. Let me have my one. And bang. And tie it up he did. Here we are. Oh my god.
Yeah, final point in the set. Critical set as well. Right? Big Fish still, I think, not found here in the Awakening rotation, and Auburn gonna fight for that opportunity to get the much needed extra survivability in order to close out the game. Right now, they're also gonna be on the defense. FG Nation trying to get that final goal barrier, not gonna find it though. A Cinder now on the retreat here, gonna be knocked around by a bunch of cooldowns here coming from NJIT, but gonna keep himself here up and in the pitch. Unfortunately though, not gonna last forever, now gonna be taken out. FG Nation rotating back on the defensive flip here is for Akira if needed. Gonna whiff unfortunately, but the flip from Ant is there. Pass goes up, going to be predicted by KBS now, and GIT going to be on the defensive. Cinder marching his way forward, trying to find an opportunity to get the core. Sarah not able to find the core, the goal with the tip of his blade here, not going to find too much, but the Supernova specialized trading is there, going to send Cinder right back into the timeout room. Sarah with another Blick, looking amazing. Going to finally take that last point in style, and after looking so good for Auburn, going to be immediately swung back. NJIT are not going anywhere, and they're going to take the third set.
Yeah, it's kind of scary. Just that one KO right there was able to give them all the offense they need. No brawler there trying to disrupt their play, and they could just completely sweep in. Going to be picking up a Spark of Agility for Sarah. That's 2 sparks now, and with the Rezel in the back, that's already a ton of stagger coming out. Catalyst on Cinder is going to be really nice. Something I've noticed out of Auburn B is that over the course of this game, they've been making more of an effort to dodge abilities. There was a point where Cinder was standing in the corner as Sarah was trying to, primary him off the map. Just getting really deep into the corner of that bumper to just avoid it. But I think the big thing that I'm noticing is that Auburn B isn't using evade a whole lot, other than Vice Ult comes out, which and so I think, especially with this Catalyst pick on Cinder, which can be a game changer and can literally win them the game right here, right now, I really want to see more of those evades, especially on big hits that they don't need to take. They're doing a good job now of trying to avoid the hits, but you got to be dropping the evades in order to just avoid it altogether, stay alive. Here on the breakaway though, Cinder almost had it. That being said, FG Nation is just getting beat up. Has no energy in a really tough situation. Oh, but just a lot going on. Yeah, they are defending. FG able to get back. Cinder though, gone, unfortunately gone, and it's looking like an NJIT point.
No.
Yeah.
Dang. Yeah, good prediction from KBS, trying to get that the magic trick out, but not going to find it. And it looks like NJIT going to be pulling away here after it seems like their damage builds are finally coming online, especially looking at that adrenaline rush from Ant. That's going to be so deadly, already going to get procced here. About 5 seconds into the point. KBS looking to fend. Ant with the flip, able to win this 1v1, no problem. Cinder trying to play it slow, but he's going to pay for that with his life. An excellent card coming out from KBS to keep the core alive, but it only might be a matter of time. Sarah with all the cooldowns, all the tools in the world, all the backup that he needs from his teammates, able to take that goal, no problem. And now we find ourselves all of a sudden NJIT here on the potential final point of the game.
Yeah, we see a lot of energy. A double barrier. This might just be it. It's looking rough. We might even see this flip put it in right here. No, too deep, but a great blink forward. Almost got it in with the strike primary. No energy on Akura here, but Sarah just on the breakaway. Tons of energy, actually generating it at an alarming rate. Close to flip. And I think that Sarah's flip could put it in. Both barriers down, though. Oh, but a big KO, big boom. And this is just looking so NJIT favored.
Yeah, FG Nation, though, double dash awakening Juno, able to be anywhere on the map anytime, and KBS, a good save here to keep the point alive. Sarah, though, with a flip, you have to survive this if you want any hope, and it's going to be FG Nation's Slime that is going to find his Cinder back on the pitch, but immediately might just find himself flying off of it in a second here if he's not too careful. Sarah able to find possession of the core. The Oni Blade comes out, not finding the goal that he wants, as now the core goes the way of NJIT. Overtime is here. Juno with a 1-2 punch, sending the core really, really fast, but not able to score the goal. Ant gonna find himself clearing upwards here. It's gonna be Akira's turn to potentially get the goal here. Flip comes out from Cinder, goes up. Ant able to react in time here. The core is flying back and forth in the overtime. Juno not getting the core speed that he needs to get past the enemy midfielder. Sarah now playing interception as well. And once again with possession of the core, trying to march it upfield. Nothing again to be found. It's going back and forth here in the overtime. Cinder, though, potentially with a breakaway, not able to close it out. KBS now with a flip on this defense, looking to potentially steal the point, but it's going to be FG Nation. Wow. The core speed from this 1-2 Juno, catching the rotations of NGIT a little bit off guard here. And and that's going to be a point stolen away here by Auburn.
Yeah, really. Just able to capitalize on Ant, not ejecting back in time. A wide open net, able to take it, but a big KO coming out from Sarah. Flip burned by KBS. Barriers down. NGIT is looking to take it all with the slice and dice right on top of the no evade goalie. It's your textbook play, the bread and butter Zentaro special, but not the moves Zentaro special, you know. And NGIT Lowlanders are going to be taking game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. They had a game plan, and quite frankly, they stuck with it, and that was all she wrote, right? They had a very clear game plan. Hey, it's a heavy impact start. We're going to take the 2 characters that use heavy impacts really well to deal damage, the Vice and the Zentaro, and we're going to curb stomp them. And curb stomp them they did, right? With that backup from the Estelle from Akira as well, right? Able to provide all that damage. I mean, just look at those numbers, right? 30k from Ant, 21k from Akira, 27 from Sero, and just to check for my sake, that was an 18-minute game, right? These guys are averaging over 1,000 damage a minute, right? That includes drafting time, kickoff time, stuff like that. So the actual DPS from these guys probably going to be well over 1,000 coming out of this game. And when that happens, right, what can you do other than press, evade, and pray? And unfortunately for the side of Auburn, right, they were just on the receiving end of that. I think a really good Valiant defense. We saw some great plays coming out from KBS, FG Nation, and Cinder all together, right? They were able to sneak some points through, right? Take a set even, but that was just an onslaught. It really felt like they didn't have an answer to that damage, and that's something that they're going to have to consider because they're just one bad awakening roll from having to deal with that again.
Yeah, really 19 KOs coming out from NJIT. And really, I think that what we saw there was a battle of chip damage, where Estelle, Queen of Chip Damage, shows up, drops like a beam somewhere, and then all of a sudden, especially on that heavy impact start, like you're just big time chunked, and you never want to be big time chunked. Let me tell you what, just really tough spot. We also saw a lot of very explosive KOs coming out from Sero, who would just catch people on the edge, dash punch them on Zentaro, which you don't see very often, but again, heavy impact, you can just do whatever you want. They just let you do that. And Vice, of course, with 500 damage awakenings, sometimes you pop an ult or just a secondary, and it's enough to explode someone. And so it takes a level of awareness to play against these things that's already difficult to achieve because, you get on the field and you're like, I look at core. The core is this is what the game is about. I got to hit that thing. Yeah. And then, you have to be conscious of Estelle is downfield aiming a missile at my dome. This will be bad if I take it.
Yeah.
And it's just that all the time, and it's really difficult to play into. Which again is why damage is so potent at this kind of level of play, is that you can just catch people off guard. And all of a sudden, again, a downfield ability coming straight for you is not what you're looking at. You're looking at the core. So it's really, really tough to manage all of these things at once.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely agreed. I don't think we have the draft up for the next game just quite yet, but that's a perfect form start potentially, right? Heavy impacts. We just saw specialized training, heck, extra special, right? Any of those pop up and it might be dangerous.
I have
we
I have terrible news for everything that you just started saying. It's a Spark Resilient start. It could not be further from that. And if you're Auburn B, I'm sitting here. Oh, we're so back. Don't have to do that again. We're banning Zentaro. Get that out of my game right now. Just none of that. Siege Machine is there too. No comments. Yeah. It's an awakening in the game.
Yep, it's an awakening in the game, and it's competing against a Spark. So I think that if anyone takes it, it's probably not the perfect option, right? Even if you are a character that wants to take it, remember, if you don't take that awakening is going to show up in draft anyways if no one takes it, right? So even if you do want to play that rune, even if you want to play that IMU, which has been banned out admittedly, you just don't pick it and hope no one else picks it, and you might get your be able to have your cake and eat it too, right? Spark's such a strong start, right? Allows you to snowball into that 3 Spark kind of Exodia, right? By round 2, you could force a deny. You have such a draft advantage if you all end up taking it, and not everyone on the enemy team takes it, right? So 9 times out of 10, unless it's a really, really attractive separate choice, I ended up just clicking that Spark Star. It just makes so much sense, right? So much utility, so many ways that you could go and draft, right? It just makes sense, right? And as well, something to consider as well, we're going to be playing on nothing, nowhere else other than the Splashdown itself, right, for game number 2. And I do want to reiterate the stakes of this game. Both these teams find themselves 1-2, right? We are basically halfway, I think we're already halfway in the season, right? If you lose this game, right, you need to hit that 4-3 cutoff in order to make playoffs. So even though you aren't at the cliff just quite yet, losing this series takes you a ticket to to that final, that final cliff side, essentially, where if you lose another series after that, you're done. Your series is going to be over come the end of Swiss. So if you are the lowlanders, you will be looking to keep yourselves alive, keep yourselves pretty, keeping that 3 strikes for yourself should you need them. And if you are the side of Auburn B, you're a bit worried if coming out of game 1. If you lose this one, then you're going to be at the edge. Every single series for the rest of the season becomes a must-win, and that's going to be stressful. So this is a pretty big game for both teams. We'll see if they bring their A game to it. So we get in here, and as I load in, that is 5 Sparks Awakenings alongside a Siege Machine for KBS's Finning.
Yeah, gonna be nice having that Siege Machine. Gonna be very nice. We see a little bit of an interesting character swap. We saw Luna banned last game, but now being played by Antc here full force. Getting in there too. The Juno picked away by NJIT, and I have to wonder if that was to not let FG Nation, who was high key chefing it up on the character, not have that. Now on the Vice, which was being played by Ant in the previous game. A lot of wacky shenanigans, but I have to wonder how the Vice is going to perform on such an open map. Vice midfield, just generally kind of a weird pick. Getting a barrier right there, bang, but not known for performing super well on open maps. But highest of keys, Inkies, has a lot of shenanigans going on, and so you can just pull things like that. I'm looking right now for big KOs, a lot of damage coming out from Vice, because a lot of times you can be standing on those walls on this map or in the corner trying to defend the bumper. Then when it goes down, Vice can just unload a couple abilities and boom someone, and you can die in that corner, Yeah.
KBS, also really good play. Want to acknowledge that was an insane card here, but also an insane power chord from FG Nation now opening up the net, and all of a sudden, the NJIT lowlanders find themselves at a 2-0 disadvantage. We're like 30 seconds into this game, and it's already going to be Auburn looking to retaliate after game number 1 here.
Yeah, this was their map pick, Auburn Splash Zone.
Oh,
it might be. Yeah. and they're looking good on it. Well, so... well...
Hey, first.
Yeah, that's a brawler with Flip, who got the barrier early. Sometimes you got to give it to them. That's actually something I think is really interesting. We see a lot in high-level Mega Strikers play, is a team will 2-0 and then drop a point just because the enemy has a lot of energy advantage. You see it a lot because you use your energy to, get the 2-0 comfortably, but then you just drop that point because enemy has more flips, and you're like, well, that's just gonna happen. And it does happen a lot. You know what else happens? The Luna from downtown jumping in on the held slime there, putting it right in, and taking us to a 2-2. Sometimes you drop 2 points when you're up 2-0, and things start to get a little scary.
Yeah, absolutely, especially, right? Points and Inkies could end in a second. That being said, huge energy advantages here for the side of Auburn B. They are going to be the ones with Flip first in such a critical moment. KBS looking to get it clear, able to get a nice clear through the center here against the 2 forwards of the lowlanders. Sarah, though, able to win a critical strike war, and now you are down that barrier. The Inky Splash Zone might be claiming one very soon. Sarah with a strike forward and trying to get that clear downward. Not going to find it, though. It's right now Sarah in a 1v1. Going to be cleared downwards by KBS. The splash is here. A great triple take, predicting the path of the core. Able to buy precious few more moments, but those moments might just be a power play for the side of the NJIT lowlanders. Unfortunately, a little bit of miscommunication here from the 2 forwards means that FG Nation might have a chance to make his way back. Flip comes out from KBS. Sarah not able to intercept the strike and gonna lag out and lose the barrier as we get into overtime here. Sarah, though, with the flip, not even gonna need it, though. An insane angle coming out from Akira here. Gonna find that demon angle with those slimes, and that's gonna be a close first set going the way of NJIT lower liners.
Yeah, insane overtime Juno Slime, tapping it in on the demon angle right there. And I think we're seeing shades of last game with these KOs. And it brings us back to the idea of don't get hit. And I think the big water cannon obviously is the biggest example of a don't get hit, because uh-oh, you are now dead if you get hit by that. But again, just we're seeing people get staggered, getting KO'd with energy, and these are things, there are just so many things to manage. But if you're able to focus, take a deep breath, and say, okay, I'm going to not walk into the Juno Slime on kickoff, gonna have to evade that big nuclear bomb. I didn't even see what happened to Sero, but that guy is already limping off and dead and gone, and you just can't let that happen. It's hard. It's really hard, but you have to watch out for that.
Yeah, the misdirection from Finny, I believe the card is what took him out there. KBS playing this Finny pretty well, I'd say. Piloting, has access to this Deadeye here, and Sero as that Kazan, right? You have that built-in evade to your kit, which is obviously very useful, but lacking that, you're a fairly squishy character. If you do not respect some of those long-range artillery barrages that this Finny can send out, you might find yourself in a precarious situation. That being said, you are also a Kazan with prime time, and should you find yourself in those 1v1 situations, it's almost certainly going to be curtains for the Finny.
Yeah, and let me tell you, prime time, my beloved. Me, when I have 4 abilities, and now I have 6 abilities. Just like the math says it all. That's insane. But having 2 hooks especially is so useful, because like that, the hooks are just such good abilities,
Yeah, agreed. And Cinder used it to absolutely perfect effect there, right? Getting a quick second goal. Inky's claiming yet another sub 20-second goal for the side of Auburn B, but they've been here before, up 2-1, and unfortunately, Mega Strikers, you do have to close out the set, which is what Sero will be looking to prevent. Ant now able to provide some offensive support to his forwards, but it's not going to pay off, unfortunately. Akira, though, still with the cooldowns. Flip comes out here from Ant, is able to march it upfield. Sero finally getting the barriers now. The splash zone is officially here once that button spawns in, but it's going to be a 2v1 situation. Finny versus the world. The flip here from Akira, not even going to be needed. Sero able to find the gaps in the armor, able to put that core into the bottom side of the net. Again, we find ourselves evened up here in set number 2.
Yeah, just going back and forth on these points. Super scary, but for Auburn, looking to get a set, tie up the game, get there. Gonna have to do something about Akira's flip here, but unfortunately unable to. The flip is going to be taking the barrier. Ton of slimes in the top side. A lot of damage on Cinder. And Sero with full control of the core, able to just dribble it off the cannon and then win the strike war against FG Nation to put it in the bottom corner. NJIT starting to run away with this game after it looking so good for Auburn in these early points.
2 reverse sweeps, and looking at these awakening, I believe that every Spark's going to show up, so it's going to be a little bit of Spark Fest. Yeah, Sero not even trying to get himself a piece of the pie. Unfortunately, that 2 Spark breakpoint isn't going to do it, so just electing to get a great stat on Kazana instead, size, right? So we are going to see the cooldown, and Spark City is coming out from his fellow teammates, but overall, honestly, other than this explosive entrance and this size that's built different, I think that wasn't an all too exciting draft, honestly, right? I'm going to be looking at Sero, already a dominant force in these Strike Wars, right? Able to close out that last set basically by himself because of the Strike Wars. On top of that, right, the prime time going to be disastrous. That being said, Cinder ignores all of that, of course. We got a 9-second point here on the Splash Zone, and it wouldn't be an Inky Splash Zone game without it, so hey, you take that.
Yeah, banger coming out from Cinder on the strike war against the hook, just putting it in. But I'm looking at all the awakenings picked up here, and a lot of sparks coming out, a lot of 2 spark Bellas, but I'm looking at Sero's build, and honestly, prime time, size, and then some survivability on Kazan is a top 3 build for the character. Because bang, size is awesome, your hooks are so much bigger, you have more of them, you got more of the open primary, which is just super useful for KOing staggered targets or just putting on damage. Sometimes you get bored, and you have 2 of them, so might as well just you crunch someone up. Only thing I think is missing is like 1-2 punch, start cheesing kills with the open primary off the edge, or just doing some, dark core speed technology with hook strike. But otherwise, just I don't know how Auburn is going to deal with Zero. I guess they have been this whole time, but like then that happens.
Yeah.
Then the big hook comes. The hooks, and he's just gonna put it in the bottom corner, kind of uncontested.
Yeah, and Zero looking like he's running away with the game. Feels like a one-man army that Auburn B are looking to defend themselves against, and that's a way to defend him through that damage. But as soon as you ignore him, Akira is going to be there in order to do the work himself. Hook comes out, almost scores a goal again here. Flip comes out from both forwards of NJIT, and that's all they need to sink that core into the bottom side of the net. Yet again, it's going to be NJIT 1 series away from keeping their season looking incredibly healthy.
Yeah, something that I just saw.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, what
Wait,
I
it
just
might be
saw
over.
Zero, tearing up that barrier, getting real scary. FG Nation taking a ton of damage too. Looking to score here, the cannon coming out, but Zero with the ball, able to just put it in the top corner, and that's going to be that. NJIT escaping their fate of going 1-3. Unfortunately, sending Auburn B to that very fate, but going 2-2 now. Still has that buffer throughout the season and might be looking to turn their season around.
Yeah, absolutely, right? 2-2 record here, halfway through the season. Not too shabby. And it means that you do have that extra padding going into the end of the season. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for Auburn B, who find themselves taking a one-way paid vacation to the trip to the cliff sides, where they are going to be 1 series away at any point from being knocked out of playoffs. So again, absolutely well played to the side of NJIT. We saw some fight coming out from Auburn B, right? Shout out to KBS, some amazing clears. Cinder with 9-second goals, right? Respectable 3+2, and FG Nation with some amazing plays here out in the midfield, but unfortunately it just was not enough. Zero, I think, absolutely tore it up in this second game here, right? Look at that performance, right? 7+1 goals, most redirects in the game. On top of that, second most damage on Kazan, right? Just to have it, right? But mainly he was a machine that turned in cores into scored cores, and it really felt like he was able to take over the game, especially once he got his hands on that built different and that prime time. It really felt like KBS had just too many options to cover.
Yeah, really, just Sarah was everywhere doing everything. Unstoppable, like you said, one-man army, invincible creature, and that's what the Kazan does, really. That's a very 1v9 character. You can show up and kind of do it all, especially with that Spark of Resilience start. There was just not a whole lot of threat to that guy's life. So, one of the biggest weaknesses of the character removed, you're pretty free to just operate in the dark circles of Corestrike, and I'm gonna jump up. There was a part in that second to last point where, and I think this is what happened, and I think I learned something new. Sarah was standing on the orb, used the open secondary to jump up before the orb had spawned, and then jumped away after the orb spawned. I believe KBS also stood on the orb and took it as it came up. And it looked like Sarah picked up the orb while in the air. And I can only assume that that's how it worked, but really, really interesting. A little bit of Kazan tech for anyone writing that down. A free evade, you don't have to spend yours. And just a little bit of mastery coming out from Sarah. Again, things that I didn't even know pulling out there. Just the Dark Kazan Cabal works in mysterious ways, and they know secrets that we don't.
Absolutely, dark magic's coming out from Sarah, and we'll see if that ancient wizardry is going to be able to carry the NJIT Lowlanders into success later in the season. But that being said, it's time to head out. We've had some 3 great series here coming out from all across the CCL, and there's going to be more coming up next week. That being said, though, we're at the end of our day. We're at the end of our stream here over at Bestian Slot. But if you want to see some more CCL, it's going to be here this time next week, like clockwork. But unless, Yoshi, you have any parting comments, I'm going to head on out of here, and I'll wish the rest of you guys a wonderful rest of your evening.
Nope. Bye. 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 Bye.